And we now leave you with a quote from South African documentary filmmaker Sihle Hlope, who used her voice to say, "We have the power to make decisions and we respect our culture. When we question our culture, it doesn't mean that we want to do away with it completely."
And that's all from us today. I'd like to thank Aisha Mwazu from the Hausa service and Marvelous Nyahuye from the Zimbabwe service. Ladies, it was a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us on the show.
Thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely. As always, thank you for watching. Good day.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello, it's Plus Report, where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. And just in case you missed out on some of them, don't worry, we've got you covered in this edition. I am Jacinta Obiugu. Welcome. We are starting off on this interesting story on Ikorodu's Security Peace Initiative. The people of Ikorodu community heaved a sign of relief as they trooped out to the town hall to witness the unveiling of Ikorodu Division Peace Initiative Limited, IDPIL. The security outfit has been established to provide information to Nigerian police force in order to bring sanity to Ikorodu notorious for crimes. Our correspondent, Paul George, reports.
Stakeholders in the community put together the Ikorodu Division Peace Initiative Limited, IDPIL. The move is inspired by waves of crime in Ikorodu. Royal Majesties and people from all walks of life graced the occasion. The host, Odofin Adeomi Ogunsoya, a senior advocate of Nigeria, is the chairman of IDPIL. In his opening speech, he says there has been no other option than to find a means to curb the incessant criminal activities in Ikorodu. He speaks alongside the executive secretary of the initiative.
It is high time security was seen as the collective responsibility of all stakeholders and hence should not be left for the government alone. I'm glad and proud to state that Ikorodu Division has blazed the trail, being the first among the 5 divisions of Lagos State to embark on this well-structured community-sponsored security arrangement.
A Ikorodu scenario in terms of criminalities has been very, very unpalatable. And we cannot continue, and no government and no kingship will allow his kingdom to turn into a den of robbers, to turn into a den of kidnappers. And that is why we come up with IDIPISG to look into these issues and provide solutions to them.
On his part, the chairman of the occasion hints of continuous support in order to get rid of the criminals in Ikorodu.
The initiative is so very important. Secure the environment. After securing the environment, then try to grow the environment and prosper the environment. That will make a contribution to this cause and to continue to support this cause.
The Anyogbore of Ikorodu, Kabiru Shotobi, will rather speak in Yoruba language to drive his message down to indigenes of Ikorodu.
Lọ́wọ́ orí adé gbogbo orí adé tó wà níbí báyìí lénìí ipe nǹkan tí a jọ ṣe àṣọrò ẹ̀ ní Council of Obas and Chiefs Ikorodu Division ó materialize lénìí. Eléyìí tó wà fún ní iṣẹ́ ìlú kò wà fún iṣẹ́ ajagunbalẹ̀. Wọ́n gbalẹ̀ mi, wọ́n dúró lórí ilẹ̀ mi, kò wà fún yẹn rárá. Wọ́n tẹ̀ ti ṣe insurance fún wọn to look after 4 of their family.
The high point of the event is the unveiling of utility vehicles and 20 motorcycles for security operations within the community. It is hoped that this move will achieve its obvious aim to rid Ikorodu of crimes. Paul George, PlusTV News.
Quite a commendable initiative, and it is timely, especially as the country is still faced with insecurity challenges. Edo State indigenes of Inikoroka in Uvia Southwest local government area of Edo State have lamented over the lack of government presence in their community. As part of measures to ease their plight, they are sorting for help from well-meaning individuals, government and organizations. They have now resorted to self-help in providing basic amenities for themselves for decades.
Inikoroka is one of the oil host community in Ovia Southwest of Edo State. Now it seems to be a shadow of itself as indigenes have no access to social amenities. More worrisome is the road leading to the community, as it is a no-go area when the rain sets in.
Like you people came here now, all the way from Igwonwa, is by community effort. The road is seriously bad.
Journey from here to Benin supposed to be about 30 to 40 minutes. 40 minutes on the maximum. But we now travel from here to Benin for over 2 hours.
So this road, we dey pass go Benin. Sometime a year, we know they see motor because bad road. This boy, Mr. Kuba, he come. He say he must do it for us. Really, he gather people. The road, he do am. Now we dey enjoy the road.
In a bid to ease their plight as a people, they are calling on individuals, government, and organizations to rescue them from the hardship. They want both the state and federal governments to come to their aid as well as their children.
The reason why you can drive through the road to this place is because of what our brother, our leader, person of Honorable Ambassador Don Okubo Robert and the community.
What prompted me from taking it as a challenge upon myself in terms of repairing this road is because of the suffering that our people has been passing through. Every rainy season, this road is unmotorable. To use this medium to call on the state government and the federal government, they should assist us. They should please assist us. They should come and tie the road.
With this call, it is expected that the people of Inikoroka will soon find the succor they badly yearn for.
On party politics, Rivers State Governor Nelson Wike has accused his Edo State counterpart, Governor Godwin Obaseki, as a politician who is given to serial betrayal of those who helped to advance his political aspiration. Governor Wike made the accusation at the inauguration of the community secondary school on Monwa in Ikwere local government area of the state.
Governor Wike said he owed the former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Adams Oshiomhole, an apology for opposing him when he insisted that Obaseki is a treacherous and ungrateful man. He said Oshiomhole was right then and had been vindicated given the recent display of ingratitude by Governor Obaseki to the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and to those who had helped him to secure his second tenure as governor.
We have voted for PDP since 1999 till now. Ask Governor Obaseki, has he done anything for PDP? Has he voted for PDP? The only election he voted was his own election when we gave him umbrella. So who has more stake in PDP? I have more stake. Because I have supported PDP always. You have never supported PDP. Rather, it was when your godfather chased you away and you came begging, kneeling down. People came with pressure and we allowed you. Ordinarily, you're a tenant. You came to beg a bully for you to have a ticket. A bully was a DG campaign, and the bully bullied you into a government house.
Wike said Obaseki is not his match where character matters because he is consistent, sincere, and a forthright team player. He explained that the problem in Edo State stems from Governor Obaseki asking the national leadership of PDP to dissolve state party's executive when the leaders had been elected before he joined the party and had provided formidable structure for him to win their election.
If you watch and if you ask anybody, if you go and check the DNA of Godwin Obaseki, what you see in that DNA is betrayal, serial betrayal, and ungratefulness. The DNA of Obaseki is what? Betrayal, serial betrayal, and ungratefulness.
Inaugurating the project, former Minister of Information, Professor Jerry Ghana, described Governor Wike as a courageous leader who is focused and dedicated to service. He expressed the optimism that the PDP will take over power in 2023 to restructure the federation and transform their economy.
You've been our partner, you've been someone who has really shown the kind of integrity, the kind of capacity, the kind of courage, the kind of wisdom, the kind of dedication that we would love to see. Well, therefore, we are very, very proud of you.
Poor nutrition costs Nigeria over $1.5 billion in GDP every year, threatening the health of citizens and the economic potential of the nation. Fortifying stable foods with key vitamins and minerals is one of the most scalable, sustainable, and cost-effective tools to combat malnutrition in Nigeria and worldwide. This was the main thrust at the 4th Annual Nigerian Food Processor and Nutrition Leadership Forum to announce progress in fortifying stable food with essential vitamins and minerals. Justina Kadonye reported.
At the 4th Annual Nigerian Food Processing and Leadership Forum, data showing significant progress in the fortification of staple foods in Nigeria was presented. During the last 4 years, the forum has experienced increased engagement by the federal government and CEOs of Nigeria's largest food processing companies, resulting in years of steady progress. The data presented at the forum, which was chaired by Aliko Dangote, demonstrated sustained fortification compliance for some key micronutrients and a decline for others, largely due to supply chain issues caused by the pandemic of COVID-19. Also, the issue of the Russia-Ukraine crisis came to the fore with a specific mention of wheat production.
It's not a false claim, and I'm sure that NAFDAC has also been working on this because we've got several visits from NAFDAC on this issue. So it's not a wasted question, and we are on top of it. We are also working on not just the saturated fats. We're also working on use of multi-purpose tankers and trailers in conveying vegetable oil. And we are working with NAFDAC on that.
As of today, prices of wheat have gone up. Now, there's a lag in the system that comes because of inventory controls and inventory management, but it is something that we need to be sitting down with government today to discuss about what measures can we put in place to alleviate what is coming down the road.
Russia and Ukraine, they do almost about 13% of the world's urea and then 26% of the world's potash. And then phosphate also, they are one of the largest in the world. So, and that though has actually, gone up. There will be scarcity of food generally, because people will not be able to access fertilizers going forward. And we will not see the effect now, but in the next 2-3 months, this thing is going to show.
Fortifying staple foods has been proven to be one of the most cost-effective and scalable tools to combat malnutrition and save lives.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Thanks for staying with us. Now on Maritime, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, has flagged off the 2022 operation of Banned Game Express. It's aimed at improving security among the naval forces of the Gulf of Guinea and allied countries.
Exercise Obangame Express is part of efforts to protect the maritime sector of the economy for sustainable use of the resources and effective security of maritime trade. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, said the exercise is designed to improve operational readiness. It will also promote maritime domain awareness, information sharing practices, and tactical interdiction expertise of the Navy.
The exercise is designed to improve regional collaboration through joint operations, intelligence sharing, and harmonized legal frameworks to enhance the collective capabilities of Gulf of Guinea nations against maritime crimes.
The Naval Chief said it is instructive considering efforts of the federal government at operationalizing the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement.
According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to boost intra-African trade by 33% and cut the continent's trade deficit by 21%. It is thus envisaged that Nigeria and indeed the Nigerian Navy would provide a lead role in this regard.
Vice Admiral Gambo commended the United States government through the U.S. Africa Command and other international partners for facilitating and sustaining the exercise. He expressed hope that this year's exercise will achieve the target of ensuring security at several waterways among the Gulf of Guinea nations. The flag officer commanding Central Naval Command is Rear Admiral Idi Abbas. He assured that the exercise will keep businesses alive and provide the impetus for enhanced overall maritime safety.
Exercise Obangame Express 2022 presents that ample opportunity for the Nigerian Navy to work together with other regional and friendly foreign navies in the spirit of the Yaoundé Agreement.
The exercise will aim to create a safe and secure maritime environment for shipping and other economic activities through the prevention of piracy, sea robbery, crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, and other forms of criminalities within our maritime domain. Pertinently,
in all, 24 friendly forces will participate with representatives of the agencies like the U.S. Africa Command.
And this next report captured a celebration moment where the family of Major General Henry Edmond Olufemi Adefope organized a memorial event and a presentation of his biography to commemorate his life and times. The event was held in Lagos. Ngozeka Ohaichesi reported.
It's over a decade since General Henry Edmond Olufemi Adefope passed. Major General Adefope served in the Nigerian Army and as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, a member of the International Olympic Committee from 1985 to 2006, and an honorary member of the International Olympic Committee since 2007.
And we still believe that we can
This event was to celebrate all he was and stood for during his lifetime. Family, friends, colleagues, business associates, and statesmen were all in attendance. Oludotun Adebola Adefope Okoji, first daughter of the late general, shared a brief biography of her father.
He loved nature and was conscripted by the Lagos Horticultural Society as their president, which position he held for many years until he pleaded to be released. As president, he was able to secure large hectares of land for the society on Lagos-Badagry Expressway through Governor Raji Rasaki. He, together with his wife, loved family, both nuclear and extended.
A panel was set up to have a fireside conversation about Major General Adefope's selfless service and dedication.
The legacy that he left behind in the labor movement was that before he became a minister, the first generation of unionists have been trying to have one labor center. In fact, they had the first Nigeria Labor Congress in 1950. The four major unions, ULC, WFU, they've been struggling to form the second one. But General Adefope put his feet on the ground and brought these four centers together, which produced the Nigeria Labor Congress that we have today.
In his acceptance speech in 1967 as the chairman of the National Sports Commission, he vowed to do one thing: to develop sport and ensure that every young man and woman that needed to participate in sports and rise from the grassroots level to any level they can get, he was going to do that.
The unveiling of the book in his honor was the highlight of the event.
It's such a privilege and an honor, and I'd be grateful if we would all do it together. Okay. So we unveil the book in honor of this legacy of honor, integrity, and selflessness.
I want you to support the Adefope Foundation by buying several copies and donating to libraries.
The Henry and Dorothy Adefope Foundation is continuing to support and promote sports and youth development to keep his memories alive. Ngozika Ohaichesi, Plus TV News.
What do you think about the bill to subject students, political appointees to mandatory drug test? Well, the Adamawa State House of Assembly is working on a bill that would mandate all job seekers, applicants for political appointment, and students seeking admission into any tertiary institutions of learning to undergo a mandatory drug test. It seeks to control the adverse effect of drugs and other illicit substance abuse on society, and also for legislative backing to strengthen the fight against drug abuse.
Adamawa is one of the states in the northeast that is confronted with drug abuse cases by its teeming youths, and the State House of Assembly is working round the clock to checkmate such cases. Speaking at the opening of the public hearing on the draft legislation, the Deputy Speaker of the State Assembly, Makondo Pamwankeno, said the bill passed into law will make it mandatory for drug tests to be conducted for all job seekers, applicants for political appointment, and students seeking admission into any tertiary institutions of learning in Adamawa State.
The problem is not only limited to our schools. What is happening in our government institution is better imagined than real. Drugs and illicit substance abuse has become a fashion amongst public and civil servants. The bill is therefore a deliberate effort by the sponsor and the honorable members to curtail the trend by nipping the problem in bud through legislation.
Others gathering are persons and agents of the state in the front lines of the anti-drug campaign to consider the piece of legislature, who are of the view that if the bill is passed into law, it would be a game changer in the anti-drug campaign.
We believe maybe by enacting this law, we'll reduce some crime in our society. Robbery, kidnapping, roaming about, school dropout and all that thing. It will reduce to our own understanding.
The control of drugs is paramount. It's very important because there is a saying that youth are the leaders tomorrow. But with this development of drug abuse, the chances of them to be leaders tomorrow is blinking.
So what are your reasons for not using the pedestrian bridge but instead cross the roads? Well, in this report, acrophobia, that is, the fear of heights, has been pointed out as one of the many reasons most people would rather cross the roads than make use of the pedestrian bridges. PlusTvAfrica was at the Strait of Lagos and found this report. As lifesavers, pedestrian bridges are considered critical infrastructures in modern road construction, especially in densely populated cities like Lagos. But not even the introduction of kick against indiscipline (KAI) by the state government has succeeded in enforcing the use of the pedestrian bridges. PlusTvAfrica was at Ojota to speak to Nigerians who gave different reasons ranging from health issues to acrophobia, that is the fear of heights, and laziness, amongst other reasons why most people would rather take the risk of crossing the roads than using pedestrian bridges.
The reason why people don't want to use the pedestrian free, some people they are not fit. Maybe some people that are treated under the high blood pressure. Because immediately they climb the bridge, even they cannot even reach up, they will start continuous breathing.
I don't really blame them, but when you see them trying to climb the bridge, like they find it very, very, very difficult.
Some people think maybe climbing that thing will waste their time. So that is why they prefer crossing on the road instead of climbing on the bridge.
Old people mainly, they don't cross over. That's how they constructed their road over there, so that it will help all the older or elders to cross. That's one of the important things the government will think over, because some of us may crossing and collapse.
A health expert, Chuyi Mebawondo, confirmed that acrophobia is a key factor that is often neglected but must be addressed, adding that most pedestrian bridges are constructively unfriendly, especially for those with health issues.
There could be health issue associated with climbing, and there could be health issue associated with
phobia itself. If you make the bridge as smooth as anything and the person with phobia will still run away. When you look at some pedestrian bridge across Nigeria, you wonder whether you are climbing Mount Everest or you are climbing Kilimanjaro. It's so unfriendly, so challenging. All the edges are cut. If you're not careful, the rails are actually broken. If you're not careful, even you that is not having phobia, you may fall and injure yourself. So first and foremost, the design must be friendly.
They advised the government to do more in enlightening the people on the need to use the footbridges apart from enforcing the law.
Well, whatever reason, please let's do the right thing. I mean, some also believe using the footbridge is a source of exercise, which is also good for our health. And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's still remind you to please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good afternoon. I am Jacinta Obiuku. This is the news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari has urged leaders and members of the All Progressive Congress APC to channel their energies into improving the fortunes of the party in the forthcoming elections and avoid squabbling that easily distracts and creates disharmony. Receiving APC National Assembly leadership at the State House, the president reminded members of the proximity of the election date set by INEC, admonishing them that positions should be harmonized with a bigger picture of winning elections and providing good governance. The Association of Southern Nigerian Ethnic Youths has called on APC, PDP and other political parties to zone their presidential ticket to the southeast in the spirit of fairness, justice and equity in order to build a country devoid of any form of marginalization. The youth group said southeast is the only zone in the southern region that has not produced a president for the country.
We have a couple of days to National Convention, and we must collectively ensure the success of the event. As you all know, the National Convention of our party, which we have committed,
As the 2023 election are fast approaching, individuals are beginning to show interest and also make their intentions known. One of those politicians who just declared his intention to run for governorship in Lagos State under the umbrella of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is Olajide Adediran, popularly called Jando. Adediran, a former member of the All Progressives Congress APC who defected to the PDP.
We just did is for me to declare officially to run for the office of Governor of Lagos State. We've been on this for the past 7 years, galvanizing support everywhere through our Lagos for Lagos movement before moving same to the PDP. In all the sectors of the economy, in works, housing and road infrastructure. If we say the state of Lagos is a wealthy state, today we should have iconic projects dot the landscape of Lagos. Now, 50 years before now in Dubai, it wasn't money that did it, it was vision. Okay, it was vision. Somebody had a vision, you understand, to say, you know what, this is what I want this to look like. It's just like what we're doing today. I mean, we didn't have anything when we started, but we had a vision. Let them be there for 3 decades. That is the terminal point of everything, and the terminal point is 2023. And let me say this to you. The same APC that have been there for 2 decades, we were the APC. We have created that implosion in APC, and we are now in PDP.
I believe in him. He's a very young man and have the vision. That's why we call him the lead visionary. And we believe that in Lagos State, if he became the governor of Lagos State, it's going to change many things in Lagos.
I'm here to support Jando and at the same time seeking the office of House of Assembly for constituency 01, Alimosho. I think the coast is clear that things that were used to be done in the old ways, new things are coming in. Because I've spent my adult life in US, so now I'm coming to be part of change in this country. I believe so. With Jando, we're going to do everything possible and possibly right.
Following the fire that broke out on Wednesday morning at the Akpombo Bridge, the Director of Bridge and Design with the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Rakpo Oyemade, has revealed that the bridge was badly damaged, and as a result, the duration for the repair cannot be ascertained, and it's likely not to be soon.
This is the order of the day for Lagosians. From road blockage to commuters trekking to the point where they could board a ride, and motorists struggling for alternative routes. As Lagos State Traffic Management Authority LASMA said, there are now traffic diversion at Ebutero in order to link the inner marina. Nigerians shared what they termed their painful experiences.
This place we normally pass here direct to CMS, but as long as this thing happen now, the traffic is so much that we cannot just go there direct.
Vicinity and those that are going to Lekki area.
Speaking on the state of the bridge, Oyemade disclosed that the bridge was badly damaged as a result of the dangerous items sold by traders under the bridge.
The effect of the inferno was massive on the structure. The elements of the members of the bridge were seriously heated up. The slab at the median had to bulge out, forcefully out, which means the bearing, the beam, and the slab are gone.
He also said he cannot ascertain when the bridge would be repaired, as the bridge was earlier mapped out for repairs before the fire accident.
And it is very unfortunate that we had this kind of incident at this period in time, because we have just awarded comprehensive repair of that bridge. And the contractor has just moved in. This damage was never envisaged and it was never included in the contract.
Even though there is no record of death, the fire ruined many businesses and the effect of the smoke could still be seen in the area. Federal High Court Abuja has shifted the judgment in a suit filed by the People's Democratic Party (PDP) against Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River, earlier fixed for today to the 6th of April. None, however, gathered from Court 7, where Justice Taiwo presides, Friday morning that the judgment, which was earlier fixed for today, has been put off because it was not ready. The PDP, through its counsel, Emmanuel Okala, had filed a suit before Justice Taiwo to seek an order sacking the governor and his deputy over their defection to the All Progressives Congress, APC, among others. The Committee for the Defense of Human Rights has condemned the planned reopening of the Lekki toll gate, threatening a protest if the government continues with the plan. They lamented that victims of Lekki massacre have not been adequately compensated. On the case of Oluwabamiche Ayowole, who was kidnapped and killed, counsel to the deceased Ayo Ademiluyi appealed to the media to continue to keep the story on the front burner until justice is served.
Anthony Okwe is a survivor of the Lekki massacre. He was shot right in the chest. The bullet penetrated his arteries to the back, and he's just alive today by sheer grace. The Magistrate Court doesn't have jurisdiction over a case like murder and the rest. They are capital offences. So the proper forum is still the High Court. So there was arraigned on 4 count charges. 1, rape. 2, the second count is conspiracy to commit felony to wit murder. The third count is sexual intercourse. Then 4 is murder.
We all know that the first main responsibility of every government is the provision of security. When we look at the BRT saga as related to late Mr. Bamiche, we can see clearly that Lagos State government failed woefully in their responsibility in providing security to its citizens and residents, for at least provide a functioning CCTV cameras in the BRT buses.
I was one of the survivor at the Lekki toll gate NSAS protest on the 20th October 2020. Although all the promises the Lagos State government have promised us the victims, they have not fulfilled any. This is where the bullet penetrated.
So it was shot
just hold on. And they remove it at the back, at Lasut.
So show them the back.
So this is where they remove it.
They removed it. It's just someone that that God does not want to kill.
And they now fix pipe into my belly in the theater.
So
that will be bringing out bad water and bad blood.
Are you feeling very well now?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit well now, by His grace. We are still demanding justice.
Is the Lagos State government telling us that life is not important? Whereas that is number one right. According to the Nigerian Constitution, Chapter 4, according to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and even in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, people's lives have been terminated, and government is not doing anything about it. This issue of Bamishe, Committee for Defense of Human Rights, particularly Lagos State, we shall stop at nothing to ensure that justice is done. In CDHR, Committee for Defense of Human Rights, if there's one word we are very much after, if there's one word we share it so much, and that is the word justice. Concerning the Lekki Toll Gate, concerning Bamishe, people have lost confidence in the executive.
Senator Smart Adeyemi has again called on the federal government to fast-track the completion of the Ajaokuta steel project, which is a catalyst for full industrialization of the nation's economy. Adeyemi also urged the federal government to use the current gains made from crude oil sales at the international market to fix the comatose refineries or build new ones.
What is wrong with our nation? Today we should be smiling that the crude oil, the barrel, is now selling above $100. At the time, I was afraid for Buhari's government because crude oil was selling at $10, $15 when this government came to power. Now, today it's over $100, but we're not getting the benefit for two reasons. One, leakages in the system. Two, we are not refining. It is not out of place to see shout on our government and call on our president that in the name of God, President Muhammadu Buhari, whatever it will take, we must make sure our refineries are functioning. We must make sure that if it's not functioning, let us award contract and build new refineries. Because crude oil, petroleum will still be an issue to the world global economy in the next 10, 15, 20 years. Whatever it will take this government to block the leakages, we must do it and use this advantage to complete iron and steel complex. I was in Lagos yesterday and I look at all the steel that were used to build the new terminal. They were all imported. And you know one thing? We have them in Kogi State. For me as an individual of Kogi State, I feel pain and at times I feel like crying because if my government was allowed to run iron and steel complex at Ajaokuta, we will be exporting by today.
The Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba land, Gani Adams, has advised stakeholders to improve on the security architecture in the country by tackling the menace in the southwestern region of the country. Adams, who was at the 2022 edition of the Òkè-Ìbàdàn Festival in Ìbàdàn, Oyo State, said the state of insecurity has greatly affected the entire country.
There's need for us to consolidate on the best way to address the situation. We need to strengthen the capacity of our local security outfit for them to secure the region. We can easily win the war against the killer Hezbollah by creating the system that produces the best solution to the problem. Security of life and property is the key to the development of every state. That's why it is very important for us as a race to improve the security architecture of the Southwest region by involving the stakeholder and that of what it takes to tackle the menace once and for all.
World Tuberculosis Day is observed yearly to raise awareness about the serious bacterial disease that affects the health of the lungs. The day also highlights the social and economic consequences of tuberculosis along with its health impacts globally. Plus TV News Health correspondent Ngozeka Ohaishesi reports.
Tuberculosis remains one of the world's deadliest infectious killers. Each day, over 4,100 people lose their lives to TB, and close to 28,000 people fall ill with this preventable and curable disease, according to World Health Organization. Global efforts to combat TB have saved an estimated 66 million lives since the year 2000. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed years of progress made in the fight to end TB. For the first time over a decade, TB deaths increased in 2020. One of the major reasons was the disruption in access to TB services and the reduction in resources.
By the time you're coughing out blood,
Dr. Ndidi Nwosu, a TB consultant and community physician with over 20 years of experience, says that investing to end TB isn't about fund, rather the need to save more and do more.
Currently now, spending for TB in-house is low. A lot of efforts are coming from outside the country. So we need to also get our governments, our communities, our hospitals, everybody to contribute their own quota. Insurance, HMOs, the insurance, National Health Insurance Scheme, everybody should contribute their own quota in ensuring that we are spending money to get rid of this disease. This disease is terrible. Not only does it kill, the person that has TB is capable of giving 12 to 15 people in a year.
This deadly but curable disease has different symptoms and is contagious. However, according to Dr. Ndidi, Nigerians should be scared about the disease as they rank the highest burden of TB in Africa.
Fever, weight loss, night sweats. The cough doesn't have to be the very strong one because I don't want this patient to wait until he has severe TB. Now, it's severe TB that we can say, we don't see so many. But that person that has mild form of TB can still die from that TB if he's not treated. So once the cough is there, no matter how soft or light it is, please take the sputum and have it tested using GeneXpert. The reason why we talk about GeneXpert and TrueNat, which are new technologies, because they also help us test for resistant TB. So not just to see if it's the normal TB that majority of people will have, but if there's resistance, we have to go straight to the resistant TB drugs. Fever, it doesn't have to be very high. It could be mild fever. It could be recurrent, okay? Because it's a chronic illness, the fever is not always very high. Weight loss, the person usually loses weight. If he's a child, the child doesn't gain weight as he should. And night sweats. And the night sweats as a result of fever breaking. That is why there's this drenching night sweats amongst sufferers of TB.
Ramonth Hassan, a 48-year-old tuberculosis survivor, who initially thought he had malaria before discovering he had TB after tests, shares his experience and how his treatment improved his health positively.
I was still smoking. It was the last day that I'm going to die, that I will not be on earth. That was that day I came back to this hospital here. I went through difficulties of challenges. I don't sleep well. I find it difficult to eat. Instead of me to eat, I will have to use alcoholic to take my time just to sleep.
Medical experts advise people with prolonged cough and fever to visit the hospital and get treatment, as it's free and available in Nigeria. They say once the lungs are damaged, treatment may continue, but a miracle will birth survival. Ngozika Ohaichesi, Plus TV News.
Other parts of Africa, the death toll from twin attacks in central Somalia has climbed to 48, with Al-Shabaab insurgents claiming they were targeting politicians ahead of elections. The leader of El Shabelle state said the first attack in El Shabelle's Beledweyne district was carried out on Wednesday night by a suicide bomber and killed 2 local lawmakers, including Amina Mohamed Abidi and several of her guides as she campaigned for re-election.
In the twin blast, the government is now urging its citizens to be vigilant even as the election period nears in the Horn of Africa. The government further reassured people of security in the coming days. God willing, we will not be disappointed. We will continue working on public services, whether it is about holding elections or other social development aspects. God willing, we rely on God and will do all what we can. We are urging citizens to be very vigilant, and we are ordering all security agencies to beef up security. Al-Shabaab has been seeking to overthrow the country's fragile government for over a decade. The Horn of Africa nation has seen a spate of attacks in recent weeks as it hobbles through a long-delayed election process.
Outside Africa, President Volodymyr Zelensky has thanked the EU for standing with Ukraine but urged them not to be late with their membership in the Union. Zelensky, who addressed the EU leaders as they met in Brussels to discuss new sanctions against Russia, said he was grateful for the sanctions imposed on Russia, but noted that they had been a little late in acting. Earlier in the day, Zelensky appealed to NATO leaders to increase military support for his country against Russian forces, warning the next target could be alliance members in Eastern Europe, including Poland. Militaries in South Korea and Japan said North Korea has fired what may be at least one ballistic missiles towards the sea off its east coast. The first apparent test launch since a missile reportedly exploded in mid-air last week. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said North Korea used a long-range ballistic missiles in its latest test. Japan's government also reported the launch and said it could be a ballistic missile. On March the 16th, North Korea launched a suspected missiles that appeared to explode shortly after liftoff in the skies over Pyongyang. South Korea's military said amid reports that the nuclear-armed North was seeking to test fire its largest missile yet. Meanwhile, North Korea's state-run television KRT aired a video of its latest missile launch, demonstrating the capabilities of a weapon potentially able to deliver a nuclear warhead to anywhere in the United States. In a movie-like video, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un was seen observing the huge missile being launched from inside the building. And on business news, the Senate has confirmed the nomination of 7 members of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria. This followed the consideration of a report by the Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions. Chairman of the committee, Senator Obasani, while presenting the report, said the nominees possess the academic qualifications, technical knowledge, and professional experience to be members of the MPC.
That the committee did not receive any petition against their nominations for appointment as members of Monetary Policy Committee, MPC of the Central Bank of Nigeria. 4, that the nominees have been cleared by the Nigeria Police Force, Department of State Services, DSS, and possesses the Code of Conduct Acknowledgement slip. 5, that Alhaji Aliyu Ahmed is the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and will serve as the representative of the Ministry in the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC.
Of the Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as members of the Monetary Policy Committee in the Central Bank of Nigeria and approve the nominations of Professor Mohammed Adaya Salisu, new appointment. Dr. Mo Omar Megbe, new appointment. Professor Michael Obadan, renewal. Professor Festus Adiola Adeni Kinju, renewal. Professor Aliyu Sanusi Rafindadi, renewal. Dr. Robert Asogwa, renewal. Alhaji Aliyu Ahmed, renewal as members of the Monetary Policy Committee in the Central Bank of Nigeria. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you.
On entertainment news, South Korea's distinctive K-pop music genre has swept the world in recent years. Its catchy tunes and flashy dance videos making international stars of its top performer. But not every element of the global phenomenon is actually made in Korea. Some of the genre's dance moves are being curated in neighboring Japan by 20-year-old dancer and choreographer Reina Kenako. Kenako, known online as Reina, began dance lessons at 5 years old, created her first original choreography for a competition a few years later, and by middle school was teaching hip-hop dance workshops. And on sports news, two African powerhouses, Ghana and Nigeria, go head-to-head in the first of their two-legged playoff tie at the Babayara Sports Stadium, Kumasi, as the final battle for a place at the 2022 Qatar World Cup begins. Both countries have endured fierce rivalry since they first clashed in 1951 when Nigeria emerged winners with a 5-0 win. But that was one of the few times the Super Eagles had cause to celebrate. In the 56 games that followed, there have been 19 draws, and Ghana claimed victory in 25 of the rest. Britain Andy Murray looked sharp in his 7-6, 4-6-1 win over Federico Del Bonis in a Miami Open first-round match. The former world #1 held his nerve through a tight first set before breaking serve to open the second and pulling away.
Obviously, tough match. He's played extremely well on the hard courts in the last few seasons. Deserves to be right up there at the top of the game. So yeah, big challenge for me, but great test. I've got a big training block after this tournament, and it'll be a really good test for where my game's at and the things I need to work on as well against him. So looking forward.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And just subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Nome Fanga, and today I am joined by my amazing co-anchors, Mwajaga Omero and Isi Ofodele. Welcome, ladies. You look amazing. How was your day? NJ is our guest anchor today. NJ, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good?
Really good.
It's good to be in amazing company, isn't it?
And again, you guys, you ladies are wearing black.
Oh, we got the memo.
Yeah.
I didn't.
NJ is a business development consultant who combined her passion for new adventures with high energy drive to create the ultimate dynamic product experience for our clients.
Awesome.
So welcome, NJ. I hope we're
you.
going to have an amazing time
sure
today. All right, so all right, so here's
and I love our hairdo.
You do, I do love it. All right, so here's what we found as today's quote. I don't think anybody in the entertainment industry or in politics is surprised by the fact that those worlds are rife with promiscuity and irresponsibility. Certainly a lack of accountability. And this is by James Spader. All right, so a popular Nigerian actress, Nancy Isime, recently slammed those attributing women's success to prostitution. And I quote, "If you're a Nigerian woman planning to be successful, add being called unprintable names to your plans." It's our ladies' night out, and Isi Ofodile, NJ Omero, and I will be discussing why people associate promiscuity with successful women. And when we open our phone lines, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
You're still watching Ways. Each year, we commemorate World Tuberculosis Day on March 24th to raise public awareness about the devastating health, social, and economic consequences of TB, and to step up efforts to end the global TB epidemic. The date marks the day in 1882 when Dr. Robert Koch announced that he had discovered the bacterium that causes TB, which opened the way towards diagnosing and curing this disease. TB remains one of the world's deadliest infectious killers. Each day, over 4,100 people lose their lives to TB and close to 28,000 people fall ill with this preventable and curable disease. Global efforts to combat tuberculosis have saved an estimated 66 million lives since the year 2000. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed years of progress made in the fight to end TB. For the first time in over a decade, tuberculosis deaths increased in 2020. The theme, World TB Day 2022, Invest to End TB, Save Lives, conveys the urgent need to invest resources to ramp up the fight against TB and achieve the commitments to end TB made by global leaders. This is especially critical in the context of COVID-19 pandemic that has put end TB progress at risk, and to ensure equitable access to prevention and care in line with WHO's drive towards achieving universal health coverage. So happy Tuberculosis International Day for Tuberculosis. I mean, Isi, what are your thoughts here? TB is supposed to have been eradicated, and yet here we are.
Basically, what has happened with TB still being in the society or still being in the world today, actually culminated from what was it called? When we had the COVID, and COVID, made the world think more about COVID. Nobody wanted to pay attention to any other ailment. during the period of COVID, especially 2020. So I'm not surprised that currently we have an increase in the cases of tuberculosis. However, I think it is not too late for us to, ramp up attention on tackling tuberculosis and other ailments. Even HIV is on the increase as well currently, because a lot of things were put under the carpet because of the fact that people paid more attention to COVID. So I think it's time we all come together and, face other ailments.
Do something about it. Absolutely. Angie, what are your thoughts? Tuberculosis, it's supposed to be a thing of the past, and here we are.
Well, like Isi said, these issues we haven't paid enough attention to them over the years, and because of other issues that come up within the country, within the nation, globally, a lot of attention this has gone neglected for a while, and a couple of years now, and due to that, we're where we are today. We're finding ourselves here that the rate is going up, and then there's something, but there's always a chance. There's
something can be done.
Like they say, there's an Igbo proverb that says, when you wake up is your morning. So there's always a time to wake up and actually get on it and do something about it. So if that awareness, if we're having the day and we're celebrating it, in that it's important for us to know the reason why we're celebrating a day is to create awareness that people shouldn't neglect the fact that this issue is still here.
Okay, all right. So let's quickly delve into what did we find in today's news? Isidro, should I start with you?
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go ahead.
Please. All right, mine, this society we are living in is quite patriarchal. And it even boiled down to us having something like that in NYSC, National Youth Service Corps. And my heading, this actually resonated with me because they are talking about married women to report in their husband's state. I just can't wrap my head around this context. But however, let me just give a brief run through of what actually transpired. This was by the National Youth Service Corps, and they said that they directed that married women should be, or female corps members should report for registration at the orientation camps in their husband's state of domicile, irrespective of the states indicated on their call-up letters. I think
you have a problem with that.
I think I have a huge problem with this because first we understand the fact that NYSC was founded on the context of no gender, no tribe, nothing. Basically, there was some sort of egalitarian concept that was attached to the founding of the foundation of NYSC, and being the fact that we have this concept, why didn't they attribute it to the male counterparts as well? Why can't the male also, since they're married, they go to the female
where their wives are?
Yeah. So they should do the same thing to them as well. I think is totally wrong. And NYSC is a paramilitary organization, and they shouldn't attribute gender or the female concept into it, basically. Now, another thing is also looking at the female psyche. How is the female, the woman who is affected, how is she going to feel? Okay, she's going to her husband's state or her husband's place. Of course, when you get married, they'll tell you, don't go to your father's house, go to your husband's house. Now, it's just like relegating the woman's concept that, oh, whatever you do, you cannot rise above where we place you. And if the woman is trying to, find that little leverage for herself, and maybe the husband's family, you know how some in-laws can be, not all in-laws, some in-laws can be, and maybe they do not love this woman. Imagine her going there to do her youth service. She will pound, she will cook, she will
You don't even want to go there.
I still go back and do the work.
Well,
I mean, it's totally, I totally do not agree with this concept.
Well, somebody else will argue differently, that it's safer for you to be with family. So it might be the context in which they were looking at. But let me come to NJ. What did you find in the news for us? Because we have a juicy hot topic to discuss this evening.
I would say what caught my attention would be the story of the ex-governor, Willie Obiano, who was arrested a couple of days right after his handover on his way out of the country.
Yeah.
And he was held in custody. He was held in custody for a week.
Right.
And I was just...
A week today,
Yes, I know. And he was just released, I think, yesterday. And it was just surprising that... I think for me, the reason why it was quite interesting is it's just the accountability, you know, 42 billion.
Especially with what Soludo said about the treasury left almost empty for him to start
and then
his
leaving,
duties.
and 42 billion, there's no accountability. Who accounts for that? What happens? What happened to the money? What was it used for? Who is going to, like, and you've handed over and then you're heading on out of town to, live your life, but there has to be, this just brings it to book that there has to be some level of accountability.
With government officials.
You can't just empty the coffers of a state or money was given to you and for that you are held, at least first of all, you are held accountable. So you have to be able to report on what was disbursed and how it was managed and how it was used.
Auditing is crucial.
And I heard this was I think the most amazing part of the entire story that actually caught my attention was the fact that it was withdrawn in cash.
That is conversation for another day. Let me quickly run to my own, what I found in the news to be interesting today. Now, this is not, it's not new, but these are recent updates and development about the incident. There was a plane crash actually earlier in the week on Monday.
In China, right?
Yes, in China, yes. So today my story is on the updates that parts of the engine have been found in the eastern plains of China. So the story goes that recovery teams in China have found parts of an engine of the China Eastern Airlines passenger plane as plunged into a mountainside with 132 people on board, and they searched for the aircraft's second black box through the mud and rain. The first black box have been found, and that was found on Wednesday, and they said it was relatively in good condition based on early assessment by the Civil Aviation Administration of China. And the recording material was being sent to Beijing for analysis by the officials. So the cockpit recorder, voice recorder will provide investigators with the details of communications that went on between the three pilots who were on the flight, who were navigating the flight. Unfortunately, even though no bodies have been found, they have reported to have found human tissue around. And the interesting thing about this flight was that at some point it plummeted, but it seemed that it was going to get itself back on track, and then it dipped again, and then the crash happened. Yeah. So, and these have been there have been devastating crashes over some years back in Asia. And this is yet another unfortunate situation. But it continues to unravel, and hopefully we'll continue to follow the story to get the updates about how far and what had they been able to uncover, especially with the black box that they have retrieved. Yes.
From what I also gathered that in China, they hardly have plane crashes, basically, because it's one of the strongest airlines in the world.
Interestingly, the pilot is said to be a 59-year-old man who is supposed to retire this year.
Oh, wow. That's not
wow. And he had several years of experience, and he was said to be a very safe and efficient pilot. And so for this to happen, it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. It is. Prayers are with the families who have lost their dear ones. Absolutely. And at this point, we're going to be going on a quick break because we are talking why people associate promiscuity with successful women. See you after the break. Thanks for staying with us. The theory that men and women's sexual desires are hardwired isn't new, but they differ in their desires. It's been controversial over the decades. Paradoxically, both men and women are also programmed to mate for life. Both can choose short-term or long-term sex strategies. What men want, however, differs from what women want. The central tenet of evolutionary psychology, the theory holds that our sexual behavior evolved over millennia and is encoded in our brains. We aren't doomed to act out these programs, but they do shape our desires. Since the advent of time, women, especially successful women, have been known to be shamefully associated with promiscuity as adverse to men who are in fact successful and promiscuous. We're asking this evening, why? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. I will take the number again, 0818-038-463, or tweet to us at WayShowsAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. So, ladies, we're talking about promiscuity and why is that is associated with successful women. And Nancy, that's our backup story, our background story, when Nancy came out to air her views about what she thinks of in regards to promiscuity and women. She said a lot that some names, unprintable names that we cannot mention definitely on TV. But she did say quite a bit, I mean, on social media about women being, to be prepared, basically, that if you're going to be successful, you have to be prepared to be labeled and to be called unprintable names. Now, our question this evening is, why do people associate promiscuity with successful women? So I want to ask, I want to start with, is it true that every successful woman you see out there is promiscuous? Let's even break it down first of all before. So I want to know your thoughts.
What is promiscuity first?
Okay.
Basically, it has to do with the fact that someone is lustful, is wanton, is licentious,
is loose,
is according to Nigerian English,
wayward.
Yes. Basically, that's the concept which is given to promiscuity. Now, I would like to start with the Bible. And the Bible says there was a part where Jesus was with a woman who was tagged as an adulterer, and the woman was told, was given the name, was labeled immediately.
Yeah. And
the
adulterous
moment,
woman.
yes, and the moment she was labeled the name, Jesus said one thing and said, if you are without sin, cast the first stone. Men can be promiscuous. Women can be promiscuous.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's gender-based. It's cuts across. So using this as a premise, I would say that promiscuity is relative as well. And we have the society looking at us in this concept and our culture.
Yeah.
The culture and the society plays a huge role in marrying promiscuity and labeling a woman who has been successful in whatever platform she finds herself. I would pick an individual, for example, the Dora Akunyili's.
Right.
You talked about the politics, women in politics. This doesn't necessarily mean that people like Dora Akunyili was promiscuous. She made her name.
Some people will beg to differ.
I beg to differ. And we also have individuals such as Fumi Yanda, who is currently an entertainer as well. These people have been able to find that level playing ground where they can, grow themselves and be who they are today without anybody actually paying monies into their coffers or basically being promiscuous, basically. So I think these. There was a show, I think this was years back, I think I was still in school then. Fumi Yanda actually
I remember.
Yes, a show.
She had a show on NTA.
On NTA, and she actually said that any woman who has done, has been able to groom herself, grow herself to a particular level without having someone, pay her bills or without her actually being promiscuous, she stepped out. And a few women actually stepped out. So you can't tag every woman or any successful woman as being promiscuous.
Okay.
There have been women who have been able to climb the ladder without actually, going downhill. And we also have individuals like the writer Chimamanda Adichie, who is making waves all over the world globally. And you can't say because she is a woman, she should be labeled. Now, it also has to do with the terrain you find yourself. Okay? She's a novelist or a writer. We have the politicians. We have the entertainer. Now, it depends on how you entertain and who you entertain.
Right.
There are some people who I don't want to call her name, she likes to pose nude online. And that's how she entertains. I don't know if that is termed as being promiscuous. Now, that is another thing that has to do with the social concept and the social morale of the society. So yes, some women can be promiscuous. Yes, men can be promiscuous, but it has to do with the society. It has to do with the culture of the people in that environment.
Interesting that, Isi, you're talking about it as being a generalization. If I hear you correctly, that means it's not all women.
It's not all.
While there are women who are out there and who are generally promiscuous, not all women have made it to the top
being
or
promiscuous.
to being successful through promiscuity.
Absolutely.
But if I may ask this, as in, this is an age-old argument, and I'm sure psychologists will have a whole lot to say when it comes to all of this. But why is it that when a woman makes it in life, they are termed to be, or in any society, given society, they make it to the top, they are termed to be promiscuous, or maybe, she must have slept with slept her way through the ranks, right? Or she may have, I'm sure she's done some. It always boils down to having not done it legitimately.
Yes.
Right.
Why don't they attribute the same thing to the men?
To the men. And coincidentally, we also have men who are successful, a lot of men who are successful, who can be termed promiscuous. But in a certain understanding or perspective, it is not seen they're not seen to be stigmatized.
That's why I said it's
it's
cultural based and it's gender based.
Okay. So because I was going to ask NJ the question, do you see, is it a statement of fact that because we're in a patriarchal society where the man, whatever the man does, he can hurt no one. So he can get away with doing a lot of things. While for the woman, why is the emphasis, why is the spotlight on women? Is it because it's a patriarchal society, so they should always attribute their sense of worth and sense of authority under a man? What are your thoughts?
Well, I will start by answering the question. Yes, I feel I am of the opinion that it's because of the kind of culture and the kind of environment we find ourselves in. You know, women are supposed to, in this side of town, women are supposed to be seen, not heard. So you're not supposed to have an opinion. You're not supposed to, there are things that people don't expect you to do in public. You know, there's certain misconceptions that are just there, and just because you're a woman and just because of the kind of environment we find ourselves in. So we're bound to have this kind of arguments and this kind of issues of women being stigmatized and it not taken seriously when it's the other gender, and women being looked at as being promiscuous once they're successful, and the fact that you have to climb a ladder by climbing with your hands on your, or you have to use what you have
to get
what you want.
And it's quite, I wouldn't lie, if I can speak freely from personal experience, it's not enjoyable. You know,
have you had experiences where people
oh, definitely.
Especially for young people who have suddenly found themselves being successful.
People just comment, oh, you're fine, you're a pretty lady, I'm sure you don't lack anything. You're not in lack of anything. You have someone paying your bills, you have someone doing this for you.
Why is that assumption?
I really don't understand how we got here, but the thing is that I'm happy that we're getting to that point where women are actually standing up for themselves and for not having
breaking the bias
and not allowing this kind of misconception to go on and to go on addressed.
Okay.
So yes, we have hands, and I feel like women should be given some level of credit because they actually work hard. We have gotten to the point where we are even fighting, they will say feminism, but where we are even fighting for certain rights and and it's not just because we want to be equal. I don't want to be equal with any man. Like I don't have everyone was created differently. You have your JD when you came into the world, and I have mine. So I just believe we should stick to that. But yes, where we see that adjustments can be made and that would be equally beneficial to everyone. You know, for the longest time, the men have been slaving and working hard, and women are getting that opportunity to actually put in their own, their own worth within the family, within the financial, not just leaving the finance and all the caretaking to the husband.
The
responsibility to the husband.
The men.
Yes. So I think we should. It's important for us to see from that angle and not just try to, criticize that. Drive to want to do, to actually not just, we don't want to be more than the men, we just want to be able to put in our own quota and have a voice and actually be seen and be heard.
Now, if I may step in there, there is something that she said that actually resonated with me. That I decided to think about how the world has actually evolutionized or something.
Yes.
Evolutionized. So we have women of old and we have women of today.
Yeah.
The way women thought back then, is totally different from how women are thinking today. Women want to stand their grounds. Women want to step up to the plate. They don't want to just sit back at home and be the housewives that the husbands
the generations are different.
Expect them to be. So women are actually stepping up to the plate and speaking with every voice that they can speak with. And because they're doing this, they're not just doing this because they want to do it. They're doing it because they need to do it to have their own voice.
Yeah.
Basically, because if you do not stand up for yourself as an individual, no one will stand up for you. So based on this, and the fact that women have evolutionized based on the mindset and the growth of how the society has metamorphosized.
Metamorphosed.
Metamorphosized, basically. So we have things like this actually playing out, and we have to, the people, in quote, have to understand that a woman who is actually stepping up to the plate, who is successful, who is making her own money and making her own way, and trying to live life and be happy with herself, doesn't necessarily mean that she is doing it for someone to actually take note of her and pay her bills, or she must have slept her way up to the top. But she's doing it for herself.
Okay.
She's doing it just for herself, to make herself feel okay, basically.
You see, I hear you.
Yeah.
But the same women, even though you said women have evolved, I hear you clearly.
Absolutely.
But it's the same way. If you go on social media, there are people who are complaining about being called out on different, being called names. I think I read through Nancy's write-up, and I saw where she was saying, I also saw another actress or something, or somebody else who was venting as well, saying people calling her names, that sometimes you go out, you're working hard, you're doing all of these things, and then you come back to meet over 1,000 trolls. People calling you out and calling you names and doing all sorts of things. So, and if you do like a rain check, you find out that majority of those people are even women.
No,
there are women who are doing these things, and then you're wondering that is it really the men that are accusing women of being promiscuous, or the women have problems with fellow women, just because they have a voice, or they have come to have a voice, they are doing something for themselves, they are making a name for themselves outside of the umbrella of a man. But at this point, we will take a short break.
You need a
Let us go and take water, cool down, because I think the tensions are rising. When we get back, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
If you just tune in, it's our ladies' night out, and we are discussing why people associate promiscuity with successful women. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. Let me take the number again, 0818-0, okay? 0818-038-4663, or tweet to us at WayShowsAfrica1 with the hashtag Ways. Our phone lines are now open, so please call us on 0702 500 7749 is 0702 500 7749. All right, so ladies, we were talking about
trolling who?
Is it the women? Is it the men?
Look,
who is the problem? Because really, this is a major.
Go ahead,
so AJ, I want to hear you,
I'll,
because you are young. You know, you are young, And let's not make it look like, oh, these are married women talking. You are young, you are single. I'm actually advertising you at this point. You are young, you are single, and you are successful in certain clients.
Yeah.
You know what you want, you are able to go for it, and you are working very hard to make a name for yourself. Do you have those experiences where it's women you made mention actually that people are telling you that, oh, you don't have problem because it's assumed that you are okay. A man must have made you who you are, even if you're not married. And then some of them might be having some underlining grudges to say, oh, and she's not even married, and this and that. So what are your thoughts towards this? Because I feel that any stigma for being a player, even a guy, sometimes it's even like a title. Where they say, oh, that guy is a player. It's not looked at something to be frowned upon.
And he
like,
has a black book.
That means the guy has record.
He's
he
a
has
bad
history.
boy.
But when they use the S word and the A words in the Nigerian context, like one of the words that Nancy used
was tagged.
Yoruba, unprintable word that was used, to define women who are successful, so to speak. So, what are your thoughts towards this?
Yes, I'll take it from the first angle you took it from, which
very
is
quickly while we're expecting a call. Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'll take it from the angle of sometimes or most of the time, I feel like in most cases, it's women, doing pew pew at themselves. It's the case of that kind of thing. So
I like pew pew.
yeah, because when men. Most of the time, if you look at how things go on social media, men talk from one point of view. Once you start talking about women, it's all out war. Like they always, there's always that negativity in the opinion. But yes, there is that angle because of lack of understanding and a misconception that has been there over time based on like what we have said, culture and everything, how men are seen and how women should be seen, but not because there's that difference. Now women are evolving. And the lack of ability to be able to keep up with the changes is causing us to come up with different ways of, viewing it, which is promiscuity. When a woman wants something different, it's not the norm. You're seen as being wayward. You're seen as being, you're out there.
And another thing about women is that we are quite opinionated. When you're not doing something the way we want you to do it, or you're not presenting yourself in a particular way, the way we expect you to present yourself, then that is where we now say, oh, you should have tied buba and wrapper, not trouser.
Or you shouldn't buy a car now.
Oh God, you should say that again.
You shouldn't stay in a house.
You shouldn't live by yourself. You're not married yet. Things like that. And that is also, making the woman think low of herself, And, women have the attribute of trying to pull other women down in the concept that when a woman is trying to pass her message across, it might be coming from a perspective of, I wish I was like her, but since I'm not like her, I'm not getting as much attention as she is, which is what the other ladies are actually facing. Let's call a spade a spade. But instead of us to look at it from that perspective, what would we do? Well, we'll shred the woman.
Like crabs in a bucket.
Exactly, and pull her down and make her feel lower than she actually is. And what happens in this is that the woman feels that she has been disrespected. Instead of her to actually, step up in her game, she actually goes into her shell. Now, in some cases, like people like the successful women, instead of them to go into their shell, what would they do? They come out and stand up tall because their confidence is speaking for them, and they want to make more money and make more things happen for themselves. So, when a woman finds herself in this position, look at the women that are actually trolling her.
Okay.
They are not up to par.
Yeah.
They are not up to par. So when you have such, if you are a woman and you're successful and you have everything going for you, just keep moving and keep breaking the bias and keep breaking the boundaries.
It's a major problem, Issy. You have, I love the direction that you brought it from, because it is the Holy Book would say, as a man thinks in his heart, so he is. So you find a lot of people, and we mentioned something about programming, right? So we mentioned that in the society that we find ourselves, we have been programmed to think that every of our success must come under the umbrella of a man. And then when women try to break that, women being in the boardrooms, that would be so. And then when you are seen in the boardroom, she must have slept her way to the top. Things like that begin to seep into the society. Now, for women like that, why? I'm not saying that there are women who are not promiscuous. Generally, I think that's a statement of fact that there are women who are promiscuous, as well as men.
Yes.
If not so much more than the women.
Yes.
Right? But because of culture, social power is always attributed to promiscuity, especially from the perspective of a woman.
Yeah.
So how do we be, I'm just saying, we're waiting for calls to come in. You can call us again at 0702 500 7749, because we really want to know what you are saying concerning this matter. The same women that are trolling, we want some of you to come out and air your views. It's true, because and the funny thing is that a lot of people are nameless and faceless. So because you can open social media accounts that you are not held accountable to, you now begin to troll people. You now begin to say all kinds of things.
I think that's
even with women who have made it successfully without, and of course, in Nancy's industry, which is the entertainment industry, it is a huge bias in that regard. Once you're young, once you are pretty, it's just assumed that this one, as she's getting roles, you're not seen for the success of your skills. You are not seen for the hard work that you're putting into the venture that you believe in so much, and the sense of worth that you want to give yourself. And there are many women across, over the years. What brought us to this place? What is it, apart from culture? What else do you think is responsible for women generally? Why can't it? I know we've talked about programming, but why can't it just come that these women are just successful for owning their onions?
Because there has been a breakdown in moral standing of people, basically. So when you're talking to people, and of course the advent of social media has not helped us as well, because when something happens right here, is like a breaking story. Everybody gets to know about it, basically. So you see,
so there's a lot more news out there.
There's a lot of news. There's a lot of information out there, and because of that, you have the stories from different angles. Now, look at the story that happened with the slapping incident.
Exactly.
The moment
when she came in, she was actually accused with unprintable names, but I think we have a caller on the line, so let's just hold our thoughts, because you just raised some buzz now. So we have a caller on the line. Hello, good evening. You are live.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
This is Loman from Mumbai.
Oh, Loman, good to have you. Loman for Abia State. Yes, your comment, please.
There is a question you asked. What brought about society? If a woman is successful, what is the thing that maybe she sought herself, maybe she had an affair with a man in order to do it? Let me tell you one thing. Some women, I will not generalize you. Once they are successful, you can't control them again. The way they will come to you, the way they will reduce you, even who are you? If you need money, I will just make sure I reduce you to the level you are. Some of them is because of the language or the way they talk to people in the society. That is what makes us, because some of them are get power, make themselves a demigod. That is why some of us will always say, maybe you have a godfather who you are defending that makes you to be successful. But there are people that are women who are really successful and they are even humble to the core. These are the women we are talking about. Those people who their successful life does not enter into their head, does not enter into their life, they still respect their man. So majority of things that happen is because the women doesn't respect the man if they get to the top. Some of them, not all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Loma, for your comments. Interesting one there. Oh, completely.
So for him, it's the behavior.
Yes.
So it's the attitude when you are successful that can make you promiscuous. so you see that there is a misconception. People see from their own side. They see the world from
based
their
on
own
where
side
they're
point of
standing
view.
per time, right?
Yes. So you can't. He says. We're not saying it shouldn't be successful, but don't come and give us
rub it in your face.
Don't rub it in our face. But I think that for that caller, I would say that happens with success.
Okay, Andrew, hold that thought. We have another caller on the line. Hello, please turn off the volume of your TV set.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. You're live.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Buki from Akure, you're live.
Thank you. I'm very, very happy to be here this evening. And I want to say you ladies are doing very, very well.
Thank you.
I love your hair. I love your makeup. I love this dressing. This is my first time joining the program.
You're welcome.
Well, the topic this evening is very, very interesting. And this is our month. This is March. We celebrate women in March, so I love the topic. Like the last caller said, some women actually got their wealth or their success from promiscuity. We need to be honest. Some of them will tell you hard work pays, but behind the scene,
they're doing things.
What they do are unprintable. So they make it look like the young woman that is working is not working hard enough until they open their legs before they get, whatever. Such people should not be celebrated.
Okay.
Yes, that is why most times people attribute success.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buki from Akure. Thank you for your thoughts there. Thank you so much. It's interesting, the perspectives that we're seeing it through. Isi, I don't know if you have a comment.
Yes, I do.
Angel, I think you have a comment.
And this is from Iyore from Gombe. And she says, good evening, ladies. Women are rarely trying these days. Presently, men will say they don't want liabilities, but when they see strong and independent women, they start tagging them as promiscuous.
Right.
Both men and women are involved in tagging, and this is so sad. Now, there's another comment, though.
Okay, just hold that one. We have another caller on the line. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, you're welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Peter from Benin.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're live. Go on.
Okay. I'm going to call like 3 to 4 successful career women, and you will not add promiscuity to their names.
Okay.
Konjo Owala.
Okay.
Rosalele Williams, the first female vice chancellor of my university.
Yes, yes.
Madam Due Process, Ezekiel. The MD of former First Bank, First Bank, Awosheka.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, and Chidima the poet.
Yep, Adichie.
Now, we all agree, those names are called. They are successful women in their own right. Will you say they are promiscuous before getting there? The answer is no.
Take it to the entertainment industry. I don't want to call names. Let's go in the course. It's not all of them.
Right.
Take Genevieve. Take Joke Siva. Take Mercy Johnson. I'm calling names. Mercy is complaining now. I mean, Nancy is complaining now. But the wife of the man called her out. Let me even go to the foreign land. The female foreign minister of America, Madeleine Albright, that died today.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton, Margaret Thatcher. Those are successful women without blemish. The younger generation today should look at themselves. Man, know thyself. It is really bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much for your comments. Interesting. Okay, NJ, okay, Isi, very quickly.
Okay.
It's just interesting.
This one has no name, and it says, regarding the entertainment sector, especially ladies are usually labeled as promiscuous when their means of livelihood cannot sustain their flaunted lifestyles. So basically, he's just like what Peter said.
Okay.
This contributor actually stated that we have in the entertainment industry individuals who do not who are termed as promiscuous because whatever they're bringing in can not actually maintain their lifestyles.
Okay. Okay. So they're flaunting it and they cannot, you can't marry where
the money that they're bringing in and
the lifestyle
that they have currently.
Okay. Okay, NJ, let's hear a comment. I
have a comment here from Ufoma, and she says, hello ladies, women and men are not the same. Men and women complement each other. You cannot say because men indulge in vices, women too should do so. Women are the beacons of a society, and you can tell how decadent a society is from the values of the society's women. It's a case of double standards, and both genders suffer it. If a man is accused of molestation of a girl, she automatically gets sympathy from the society, whether proven or not. Likewise, society frowns on promiscuous women. That's why women do not flaunt their body count. Even prostitutes aren't proud of it. Okay, that caught me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let me read my own comment. It says, this is from Daniel. Daniel is one of our super watchers. Daniel, I'm reading your comment, so don't say that we did not read it
Like
out.
you said yesterday.
Yeah, you said yesterday. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? It is very wrong to associate promiscuity with successful women.
Absolutely.
If a woman wants to be successful, why can't she do it with dignity and command respect? Also, making a living must be done decently. You cannot stand out in the society if you are promiscuous. Because you will be labeled unserious. If a woman needs to make money, let her make it with clean hands and not the other way round. Thank you so much, Daniel, for your comments. It's interesting how the perspectives that we've seen this. But I think what my takeaway would be tonight is that, first of all, this is a generalization. Successful women are not necessarily promiscuous.
Absolutely.
And even in the entertainment industry, I dare say, there are a lot of people, even some of the people that have been blacklisted. Get your facts right. Be sure that you have evidence to say that this person is actually living a promiscuous life. If not, they may likely have made it without the insinuations that accompany such. Right, but on that note, we have to go because, but it has been an interesting conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, NJ Omero. Thank you so much, EC Ofodile. Let me talk like Ua. You know.
She's missed.
Yes, we miss her. She'll soon be back.
Yes.
All right, so before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram. It's at PlusTvAfrica. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, And most importantly, follow all of our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. So if you missed today's quote, here it is again. I don't think anybody in the entertainment industry or in politics is surprised by the fact that those worlds are rife with promiscuity and irresponsibility. Certainly a lack of accountability. And this is by James Spader. We will see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring yet another great conversation to your screen. It's bye for now.
My name is Terrietta Precious. I am an event planner, a cake specialist. I'm also a natural juice specialist as well. I deal with fruits and I try to make people live healthy lives. And business is just pretty starting up, like coming back, resuscitating after a very long break of like 5 years. And that happened because I got trafficked, and the connection came through my friend. So how it all started, so after school, I started baking even before I left secondary school. And so when admission was taking so long, and I was really eager to go back to school and all, so I started doing events, started serving at parties, following vendors to events, and I started liking the job because I'm kind of like talented in the arts. So everything event looked like fun and work for me. So I decided to build a career in that, irrespective of going back to school. And then I started training up. I naturally just have recipes in my head for cakes, and maybe when I wake up, I'll go write out what I saw either in my dream or what I thought about, and when I try it out, it always comes out nice. So my mom encouraged me to build up that career too, and that it was going to be a fruitful one. So at that point, there's this friend of mine that we kind of like, she's a bit older than I am, but we kind of like grew up together. She was always there for me because I had a child immediately after school. She was always there for me, always helping me out. So she said, since school wasn't working, then we should just venture into business. And looking at it that I was the first of 5 kids and I already had a child, school might be a little bit tight at that moment because my parents were really well to do, my mom actually, and because my parents are separated. So we used to make ice blocks and ice cubes together. We make ice blocks, we make ice. She was the one working there. So, but after her normal daily job, we now go in the evenings. So we had to take permission from her boss first. So we go in the evenings, we make ice blocks and ice cubes. We take to bars, restaurants, clubs, and most weekends when we get jobs as well, we get to supply ice blocks for events. So it started making me meet people. I started coming out more often. And people say they're liking my kind of person, like you're very intelligent. So sometimes my friend will just say, come, let's go to so place. She might not say anything, but we are certain that we're not living there without a new job to do almost every weekend. So it made me see that becoming very outgoing. And I did meet lots of people. So I knew that I was only going to do that for a short while. And then on one of the occasions, we had a very long discussion, and she was like, she's just going to be here for a meantime. She was really building that up for me to like find a basis for me to start my event management career. And I took it that she was doing me a really good favor. So not too long from then, she introduced me to a friend who brought a job, and they wanted me to plan a particular event. It was going to be an opening, which I did, and it was fine. It came out well. It was quite big, so for me it was like a major big job for me, and I was happy at the pace at which I was, pulling up the shirts, and they were really looking perfect. So one of the guys who attended the event, a friend to the convener of the event, to the owner of the event, was like, "Whoa, I like your industrious. I like your person. You're smart. You're outspoken, and you know how to do almost everything and do it well. Like, how do you do it?" And I was like, "Well, it's just me. That's just the way I am." And he got really interested, and we exchanged contacts, and talking, and sometimes he just calls me, "Hey babe, what's up? What's your plan for the weekend? Any events?" And I'll be like, "Yes." And they're like, "Okay, drop location." He would just come around, just come and check up, like to see what's up, and always commenting, always checking up on me. So for me, I felt it was like a good thing to just have someone who you've not known from Adam, become close, check up on you, and they're after your progress. And after like about 6 to 8 months of that constant checkup, he then just dropped the suggestion one day, like, he doesn't know how I'm going to see this, but there's a traveling opportunity, and he feels this should be the in thing for me, since I already have plans to further education. Already I had started NCE. I was in my 200 level. I started NCE, but it was a bit tight. So most times when it's like that, he's always like one of the people I call, like, "What's up? I'm having challenges with fees," or my friend and a couple of other friends will be like, every time you have to call me either for fees or for feeding or one thing or the other. I feel this is an opportunity for you. If you can take it up, you should go to Malaysia. You're going to be working in the hair factory, because at that point, apart from making cakes and planning events, I just got talented with playing around weave-ons, and then I just started making wigs, even without even knowing that wig was going to become something that's going to be in vogue. So when they saw it, and they're like, "This is really beautiful. Like, how did you come about this?" I don't know. I just see things and I do them. So he said that this is really good. So if you're going to a company where you're going to be working with attachment, weave-ons, and then you could get another job where you can work in a restaurant, maybe as a pastry chef or as an assistant baker, where you can shuffle in between both duties, make cool cash, and say in about 6 months you must have saved up enough. And then I was like, I don't have money. I know traveling out now, most especially going to Malaysia now, should cost so much. And it was like, no, that even if I don't have cash, I shouldn't worry about it. I'm like, how are you going to do that? And he was like, I should just leave all of that for him, that all he needs from me is my consent that I'll be willing to go. I said, but not without you telling me how you're going to go about it. And then he did explain that there are agents who are into traveling, and they help people travel either to go to school or to work. But then if you do not have money, there are people who are like investors, and what they do is to invest their money on you to travel. And then when you get to your post country, you start working, maybe like your first 3, 4, 5 months working, your salary will be used to pay them back whatever they have spent on you, but though it will be maybe either multiplied or there'll be an addition. And then he was like, I think if you are that hardworking, this shouldn't be a problem for you. So I sat down and thought about it, like, okay, so how much are we looking at here? And then he did a plus or minus $3,500 then, and then if I was going to pay back, I was going to be paying back like $7,000, and I was like, okay, how much are we talking about in Naira? He did the conversion, and then he made me understand that I shouldn't even look at that money, that I'm going to be getting dinars, and that dinars is way higher than Naira. So, and he was like, don't worry, this is like the best opportunity for you. I know you're strong, I know you're hardworking, and you're very fun to be with. People love to be around you, so definitely you're going to make good friends who would even give you stipends, and you probably might not just have to pay back with all your hard-earned money. So the idea was to go work and come back to set up better or to finish up school so I can get a job. And I was like, okay, sounds good. And then he said he was going to, if I was ready, then he will now tell me the remaining processes. But then I have to look for like 4 extra people to make us 5. I was like, okay. And so these, my other friends, they also know this, my particular friend, Mary, that introduced me to the agent. So somehow, there's no how now, friends, girls would definitely meet. And I really don't remember how my other friends got to know, but they also got to know about the traveling because he also became friends with them. But because anybody can meet anybody anywhere, I didn't really try to know exactly how they also met this same person. But then the other thing I remember was that we were all talking about this whole traveling thing, and my other friends were like, they were already 2 sisters and 2 of their friends, so with 5 of us. And then we started talking about it, so they were like, we're going to get at least 50K first. The 50K was supposed to be for like our passport and some other little things that we would need right here before moving, but the traveling expenses was going to be covered by the investor, the invisible investor. So I for like a month we were on it, trying to get cash, running around, and several times they did say we're going to meet one person tomorrow. They could just call up today and say, okay, we're meeting the main travel agents tomorrow, we're meeting this tomorrow, and then we go. So they asked us to bring passports, pictures, so we should come for medical tests and all that. So on the day we went to Ikorodu to meet this other set of guys. That was the day we met a magician. So he is also part of the crew. And the magician happens to be the transporter. So he did mention that when it comes to things like this, that he normally advises young ladies not to tell anyone. And that the reason why he would tell them not to tell anyone is because they will definitely discourage you the moment you tell them someone is paying for your traveling. That families don't believe that somebody anywhere can just decide to pay for you to travel, go work and come back. So at some point he actually did some magic. So he said he was going to show us what he does for a living in Malaysia, and that he had just come back, but he has decided to rest. He wants to stay back in Nigeria to take care of his family, and that this is what he does for a living in Malaysia and some other countries where he goes to. And then he brought out stuff, sand, salt, handkerchief. Then he did turn the sand into, he did turn salt into sand, and then turned the salt again into a bird. So seeing that, we, it just blew us out kind of. And he also said that if we wanted to really go and we were certain that we were not going to tell anyone, we needed to like swear an oath and all of that. So they were going to make some concussion with new notes. So all of this is just to be secure that we're not going to be telling anybody. And at that point I was really not very down with everything, but one thing just kept sticking in my mind, which is, as far as I'm going to make myself better, as far as I'm not going to be leaning or calling or having to trouble family and all of that. And it was an opportunity for me to at least like do something tangible for myself. So I didn't really see anything, though I had doubts. I had very big doubts. So after that, they said they were going to let us know when we'll be leaving and how we will be leaving. We don't need to take anything, maybe just a bag or just maybe like a pair or 2 pairs of clothes, that when we get somewhere, we'll be going for shopping, we'll get clothes, and we'll get every necessary thing that we needed. So when he started mentioning that you don't have to tell anyone, so for me, I found it very difficult that, okay, I'll be leaving my child for my mom and I won't be able to describe to my mom where exactly I'm going to or what I'm going there to do. And why would someone say, it's supposed to be a good news, so why would someone else say, don't tell your family, because they probably will not like the sound of it or they will discourage you. For me, I feel that should be a good news and you should share. So, but he made us to believe that when you do that, they will discourage you and you might end up missing an opportunity of a lifetime. And another thing that got me thinking was the fact that he did mention that a lot of girls do go and they come back, they get to do big things for themselves. He also mentioned that apart from working in salons, restaurants, that some people go there to hustle. So when I heard the word hustle, I actually did ask, like, what's the meaning of hustle? And it was like, regular hustle though. I'm like, no, the way that word sounds to me, the way you're saying it, looks like there's a different meaning to hustle. And then he now expatiated and said, some girls do go there just to go and work in brothels and come back. I'm like, okay, so hearing that started making me think, like, okay, this means that there is something he's not saying. So then I now asked clearly, what exactly are you taking me to this country to go and do? He now asked, what did you tell your friend you want to do? I said, no, I didn't tell him. He suggested that since I am good in these areas, so I can work in a restaurant and then also work in a hair factory. And he was like, so that is what you are going to do? So I said, okay, and waited for the day they were going to call. So on the day he called, that's the initial guy that told me about the traveling opportunity. He called and said, okay, so get ready by next week. We are moving by next week Sunday. It was supposed to be a Sunday. I said, okay, no problem. And then on getting to Ikorodu, I found out that my other friends weren't there. So I asked, what's up, what happened with the other friends? And it was like, they couldn't come up with even money for their passports, which was 50K. I was like, oh, because I saw one of them that morning and I was like asking her, babe, how far? She was like, that she's not sure that she's going. That's the one that has a sister. And that again, that their mom told them that it's not a good journey, that they shouldn't go. And that if she would advise me that I shouldn't go, for their mom to say it's not a good journey, I was like, why at the dying minute? So to me at that point, I just thought that, okay, maybe this is why these guys were always saying don't tell anybody. So I just went because I'd already packed my bag. So I went to Ikorodu, and then on getting to Ikorodu, we passed the night in Ikorodu. They said we were waiting for 2 other people to join us, and the next day he took us to Agbara. On getting to Agbara, it's a lady's house, and I met the owner of the house and about 3 other ladies. So he said, so this is the person that is your real travel agent. She's the one that is paying for you. She's the one that is helping you to travel to the person who sent money to her. And I said, okay. So what I told my mom when I was going to leave, I told her that I was traveling and that it was going to take me maybe like 6 or 8 months to come back. And she was like, what kind of a travel is that, and why are you staying so long? So I told her that it's a friend that is helping me out, and I really do not have to do so much just to pay for my passport. So she was even the one that even gave me like 35k out of the 50k that I gave those guys. And when I explained to her that it's a friend, and she already knows the guy. So the guy, as in, became very close. During one of our school parties, my mom's school party, he actually came around. He comes, like, everybody now knew him. So when I mentioned his name and my mom, okay, she didn't see a reason to question, because this is someone that everybody has come to know very well. So she was like, okay. So that day I told her was the day she gave me the money. And she was like, okay, if you say that is what you want to do. But then she now asked what I was going to do about my school. So I said, already I had missed exam for that semester. And I already had missing exams from the previous semester. So when I come back, I'll sort it out. So she was like, okay, if that is what you want. But then she wasn't really like okay with it. She kept asking questions upon questions and questions upon questions. I'm like, at least you know the person that is actually working on this for me. So if there is anything, you can always ask him. So that was the last conversation I had with my mom. And at that time, there was a very big issue in the house. Oh, I was not in good terms with my stepdad and my mom. We had issues. So for me, it was just, I had had it to the truth and I wanted to just leave the house. So, and that was it. And I left. So my mom asked, so how are we going to be feeding this child? How are we going to be doing this? How are we going to be doing that? I told her not to worry, that at each point, I would always know what to do. So she didn't really bother me so much about the child because she was still little. She was just 5. At least she would be able to still feed her and do some other things. So that was how I left my daughter with my mom and left. So on getting to that house, seeing 3 other ladies and then the lady in question that owns the house, she was like, okay, so first she gave me rules that I was not comfortable with, and no talking to anybody, you're on your own here, it's just you and your destiny, like it's just you and your destiny here, no friendship, the only business you're here for is for you to be taken to the country where you're going to. She too, she just came back, she's going to be joining us like in a month's time and all. So she said we're moving in 3 days. So in 3 days nothing was happening, and then I was forced to ask questions like, I've been here for 3 days, nobody's going anywhere, what's happening? So she was like, we're waiting for 2 more people. I'm like, that was the same thing these guys said the last time, they're waiting for 2 more people, you're also saying the same thing. So she almost snapped out like, I'm questioning her too much, I'm pestering and this and that, and that I should just take her word when she says we're waiting for 2 more people, or if I was the one that was going to pay the money. So I kept quiet. So that day was a day to my birthday that year, March 2nd. So I felt, okay, since I'm still around, let me just go home. So I went home, saw my mom, saw everyone, just got stuff. So my birthday, that was on my birthday, I went home. And like, my mom was like, what happened? You've not gone? And like, we're waiting for 2 more people. And then my mom now aired out like, are you sure this thing is really genuine? And are you sure that you're not doing the wrong thing? She kept asking questions. So she asked me to call the guy that night so that she can confirm from him. So, but I called that night, his number wasn't going through. I told her that I didn't want to stay too long so that I can get back home, get back there on time. And that was how I left. So 2 days after, we were ready, and the lady asked her brother to take us to the park. So already, while the magician guy was talking to us a few days earlier, he had mentioned that we were going to go by road to an extent, and that the reason we're going by road to an extent is to avoid wahala from immigration and all of that. And to me, I was just wondering, but why are you trying to avoid these people if this is genuine? But I couldn't really ask too much questions. So he said we're going to go by road to a particular extent. So when the guy said we're going to the park. It took us to a park at Yanopaja, and then we entered Kano. So I now asked, why are we going to Kano? Then he said, that's the first place we are going to. That's where I will meet the people that will now take us to where we're going to. So at this point, we're 4 ladies and the guy. So he stayed with us at the park till the bus was full and we moved. So right there at the park, there were 2 ladies in the same bus behind us. And I noticed they were murmuring to each other. I tried eavesdropping. At that point, my Yoruba wasn't really fluent, but I can understand little by little. So I tried eavesdropping to maybe just hear something, because I became very worried. Like, am I sure I really want to continue? I can't just go back home from here and just run away. So I started looking at a means at which I can maybe even just abscond from this guy's hand. But you know, he was seated right opposite us. So even if I come down from the bus now, he's definitely going to see me. So at a point, I acted like I wanted to go buy something. And then I noticed that he was walking behind me. And I was like, okay, so this guy is watching me. I can't run away. So at a point, I just waved the thought of running away and felt like, as far as I'm going for a good cause, let me just go and do what I got to do and come back home. So we left. Getting to Kano, I was on my phone at that point, and the lady did mention to me that when I get to Kano, she gave me a particular number. When I get to Kano, or if we are being stopped on the way, or maybe we're being arrested or hijacked on the way by any of the security officials, that we should call the particular number. So at the point where I think it was NDLEA that stopped us, and they were like, where are we going to? And to me, I just said, they said when they asked us, we should tell them we're going to Kano. And if they asked us who are we going to meet in Kano, we should mention a particular name, which was what we did. And they did let us go. So getting there, I called the number, the man did come and asked us to stay somewhere, and picked us, took us somewhere else. And I was like, okay, so what next? And then he said, he now mentioned the lady's name. She wasn't that sent us to him, right? I said yes. So he told us, yeah, enter the car. And he drove off. So we drove for like 3 hours. Getting to where we were, to me it was like, why are we here? This place is looking deserted and all. So I started looking out. I remember looking out and I saw Sabongeri while we were driving. I saw Sabongeri. And I remember that at some point I heard about Sabongeri before, and I think I remember it being like an outskirt of Kano or so, thereabouts. So I was like, okay, but why are we going this far? I couldn't really ask the man questions because he wasn't even going to answer. And from there, they hipped us. The place he took us to, we met some other women and men there. And they wouldn't even allow you to say anything. They were just pushing everybody in. People must not see us and all that. So they, like a hut, like it was a small hut, and there were people around. So they were trying to hide us. So at that point, I started becoming very scared, because why are you hiding us? Why are we having to rush into somewhere? You don't want people to know we are here. If they know we are here, they're going to come and take us away or something.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good afternoon, I am Jacinta Obiuku. This is the news update. As the 2023 elections are fast approaching, individuals are beginning to show interest and also make their intentions known. One of those politicians who just declared his intention to run for governorship in Lagos State under the umbrella of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is Olajide Adediran, popularly called Jando. Adediran, a former member of the All Progressives Congress APC who defected to the PDP, says the only way Lagos can be transformed and end the dominance of the APC is by taking power through the ballot.
Today, I'm standing on this podium aspiring to be the governor of Lagos State. We just did is for me to declare officially to run for the office of Governor of Lagos State. We've been on this for the past 7 years, galvanizing support everywhere through our Lagos for Lagos movement before moving same to the PDP. In all the sectors of the economy, in works, housing and road infrastructure, if we say the state of Lagos is a wealthy state, today, we should have iconic projects dot the landscape of Lagos. Now, 50 years before now in Dubai, it wasn't money that did it. It was vision. Okay, it was vision. Somebody had a vision. You understand, to say, you know what, this is what I want this to look like. It's just like what we're doing today. I mean, we didn't have anything when we started, but we had a vision. Let them be there for 3 decades. That is the terminal point of everything, and the terminal point is 2023. And let me say this to you. The same APC that have been there for 2 decades, we were the APC. We have created that implosion in APC, and we are now in PDP.
I believe in him. He's a very young man and have the vision. That's why we call him the lead visionary. And we believe that in Lagos State, if he became the governor of Lagos State, it's going to change many things in Lagos.
I'm here to support Jando and at the same time seeking the office of House of Assembly for constituency 01, Alimosho. I think the coast is clear that things that were used to be done in the old ways, new things are coming in, because I've spent my adult life in US, so now I'm coming to be part of change in this country. I believe so.
The duration for the repair cannot be ascertained, and it's likely not to be soon.
This is the order of the day for Lagosians. From road blockage to commuters trekking to the point where they could board a ride, and motorists struggling for alternative routes. As Lagos State Traffic Management Authority LASMA said, there are now traffic diversion at Ebutero in order to link the inland marina. Nigerians shared what they termed their painful experiences.
This place we normally pass here direct to CMS, but as long as this thing happen now, the traffic is so much that we cannot just go there directly. We have to carry our bike and cross to the other side. As you can see, everywhere is blocked.
We can't have an option is to use leg from where we are to cross this side and enter bus, enter any means to go, because there's nowhere again.
The major road, so it's created a lot of confusion, a lot of problems for people, especially traders in this vicinity and those that are going to Lekki area.
Speaking on the state of the bridge, Oyemade disclosed that the bridge was badly damaged as a result of the dangerous items sold by traders under the bridge.
The effect of the inferno was massive on the structure. The elements of the members of the bridge were seriously heated up. The slab at the median had to bulge out, forcefully out, which means the bearing, the beam, and the slab are gone.
He also said he cannot ascertain when the bridge would be repaired, as the bridge was earlier mapped out for repairs before the fire accident.
It is very unfortunate that we had this kind of incident at this period in time, because we have just awarded comprehensive repair of that bridge, and the contractor has just moved in. This damage was never envisaged and it was never included in the contract.
Even though there is no record of death, the fire ruined many businesses and the effect of the smoke could still be seen in the area.
A federal high court Abuja has shifted the judgment in the suit filed by the People's Democratic Party (PDP) against Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River earlier be fixed for today, the 6th of April. None, however, gathered from Court 7, where Justice Taiwo presides, Friday morning that the judgment, which was earlier fixed for today, has been put off because it was not ready. The PDP, through its counsel Emmanuel Okala-Osan, has filed a suit before Justice Taiwo to seek an order sacking the governor and his deputy over their defection to the All Progressives Congress, APC, among others. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has upheld the deregistration of 22 political parties carried out by the Independent National Electoral Commission following their dismissal performances in the previous election. Delivering judgment in an appeal instituted by INEC against the judgment of the Court of Appeal, Justice Ejimbi Eku avoided and set aside a judgment of the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division, which had nullified the registration, and Justice Eku held the court appeal on its own, raised the issue of lack of fair hearing in favor of the 22 scrapped parties and arrived at a conclusion without hearing from other parties in the matter. The National Association of Nigerian Students has ordered students to occupy the streets of Abuja with their cooking pots, mattresses and other personal effects to protest the strike embarked upon by the Academic Staff Union of Universities. NANS President Sunday Asifon, in a letter to the zonal coordinators of the union, said with no hope in sight for the resumption of academic activities in various campuses, mass mobilization of students must commence immediately to resume their academic activities on the newly created University of Street, Abuja. The coordinator of NANS Zone C, Abba Awosho, has been appointed as registrar of the new University of Street and coordinator of the mass occupational protest. The Committee for the Defense of Human Rights has condemned the planned reopening of the Lekki toll gate, threatening a protest if the government continues with the plan. They lamented that victims of Lekki massacre have not been adequately compensated. on the case of Oluwabamiche Ayowola, who was kidnapped and killed. Counsel to the deceased, Ayo Ademiluyi, appealed to the media to continue to keep the story on the front burner until justice is served.
Nicholas Anthony Ope is a survivor of the Lekki massacre. He was shot right in the chest. The bullet penetrated his arteries to the back, and he's just alive today by sheer grace. The Magistrate Court does not have jurisdiction over a case like murder and the rest. They are capital offences. So the proper forum is still the High Court. So there was an end on 4 count charge. 1, rape. 2, the second count is conspiracy to commit felony to wit murder. The third count is sexual intercourse. Then 4 is murder.
We all know that the first main responsibility of every government is the provision of security. When we look at the BRT saga as related to late Mr. Bamiche, we can see clearly that Lagos State government failed woefully in their responsibility in providing security to its citizens and residents. For at least provide a functioning CCTV cameras in the BRT buses.
I was one of the survivor at the Lekki 2 gate NSAS protest on the 20th October 2020. Although all the promises the Lagos State government have promised us the victims, they have not fulfilled any. This where the bullet penetrated.
So it was shot
just hold on. And they remove it at the back, at Lasut.
So show them the back.
This is where they remove it.
They removed it. He's just someone that God does not want to kill.
And they now fix a pipe into my belly in the theater.
So
that will be bringing out bad water and bad blood.
Are you feeling very well now?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit well now, by His grace. We are still demanding justice.
Is the Lagos State government telling us that life is not important? Whereas that is number 1 right. According to the Nigerian Constitution, Chapter 4, according to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and even in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, people's lives have been terminated, and government is not doing anything about it. This issue of Bamiche, Committee for Defense of Human Rights, particularly Lagos State, we shall stop at nothing to ensure that justice is done. In CDHR, Committee for Defense of Human Rights, if there's one word we are very much after, if there's one word we share it so much, and that is the word justice. Concerning the Lekki toll gate, concerning Bamiche, people have lost confidence in the executive.
Other parts of Africa, the rebels in the Tigray region who have been waging war on the Ethiopian army for 17 months have committed to a ceasefire. The move came a few hours after the Ethiopian government announced an unlimited humanitarian truce. The fighters from the Tigray People Liberation Front agreed to uphold a ceasefire in the war-torn northern region to allow for the delivery of aid. In an official statement, the rebels said they were committed to implementing a cessation of the hostility with immediate effect and asked Ethiopian federal authorities to deliver emergency aid to Tigray. Outside Africa now, the European Union and the United States have unveiled a deal to supply Europe with more U.S. liquefied natural gas as leaders of European bloc meet to curb their reliance on Russian fossil fuels.
The EU and US have struck a deal on gas supplies. It's meant to reduce the bloc's dependence on Russian fossil fuels and help ease an energy price crunch. The deal came after late-night talks in Brussels. US President Joe Biden had flown in for a day of 3 summits. In the early hours of Friday, Belgium's Prime Minister hailed the transatlantic pact.
Les États-Unis, en fait, se sont engagés d'être un partenaire.
Alexander De Croo says Washington committed to producing more liquefied natural gas to help bring down prices in Europe. The conflict in Ukraine has pushed already high gas prices to record levels. It's also raised alarm over Europe's dependence on Russia, which supplies about 40% of EU gas needs. The New Deal will see the US work towards supplying 15 billion cubic metres of LNG this year. It wasn't immediately clear where the gas would come from, and that is just a small fraction of the 155 billion that analysts say Russia supplied last year. On Friday, leaders will discuss what more they can do to rein in soaring energy bills. Spain, Greece and others are expected to make the case for price caps and market intervention. The divisive issue of whether to impose an embargo on Russian energy will also come up, but no decision is expected. Those most dependent on Russian gas, in particular Germany, fear any such move could have a huge economic impact.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Across the world, 1 in 3 women has been bitten, coerced into sex, or abused by people they know, love, and trust. Here in Nigeria, 1 in 5 women has been a victim of abuse. Gender-based violence is the leading cause of death and disability of women between the ages of 19 to 44. Queen James, not her real name, a 47-year-old writer based in Lagos, was married off at 17. She barely knew the man who was to become her husband.
I just finished from secondary school, and my parents were like, you have to marry, that they have somebody for me. I tried to argue that I want to go back to school. My parents said they don't have money for me to further education, so I didn't have any option than to accept.
Queen enjoyed the first decade of her marriage. Her husband paid for her university education and they had 3 children together. In 2002, Queen's sister-in-law claimed she was a witch. Her husband believed it and turned against her. She suffered financial deprivation and domestic violence.
While I was in school, everything was going well until the senior sister came into the house. The sister kept telling him different stories, that he see a revelation, I'm going to kill him, I want to give him stroke. Now, at a point, he now told him that in fact I'm a witch, that I'm going to kill him if he doesn't send me out of the house. This man started beating me every day. If he has small problem in the office and come back, the sister will tell him, it's your wife. He wants them to sack you from work.
The United Nations defines violence as any act that results in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty. Domestic violence is violence that occurs in a domestic setting, such as a marriage or cohabitation, committed by people in an intimate relationship against the other person.
Every night, he will squeeze my neck, tell me to confess all the wicked thing I'm doing to him, all the wicked thing I'm doing to the children, that there's a revelation I want to, kill my children. Another day he comes and they say that I've already made a plan to kill him and take over his property, that I should tell him why I want to kill him. Everything was just like a dream to me. He did not allow me to go to shop. I only go and buy things, and the girl that was in the shop was the one selling at a point. He now locked up the shop, came back to the house. When I returned back to the house, I started looking for work. Anywhere I want to go and work, he will go and tell them not to employ me.
Like many women, Queen did not file for a divorce or leave her abusive relationship. She feared for her safety and the welfare of her children and decided to endure the misery. One day in 2005, Queen's husband did more than beat her. He armed himself with a pestle and broke her bone.
It was even my husband that used a piston, this mortar handle, and hit on my leg. My leg was broken, so I managed to my sister's place. My sister took me to the hospital. When I got there, they did x-ray. They said I have bone fracture. I called my parents. They said they should send me to the village. I went. They took me to hospital where they did my bone. I was there for 3 months.
That abuse contravened the Protection Against Domestic Violence Law of Lagos State 2007. The law prohibits violence against any person. It also empowers a police officer to arrest persons suspected of committing violent offenses. In addition, it directs the police to render assistance to victims of domestic violence. More than 4 billion naira was allocated to the police for travels and transport in Nigeria's 2005 national budget. But when Queen visited the police to get a report, officers demanded 6,000 naira as transport fare. She also claims the police officers accepted a bribe from her husband to dismiss the case.
I quite remember one of them saying that they have to treat that case very well because the man has paid a lot for the case, meaning they've collected money.
A 2019 survey by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, reports that the Nigerian police force is the most corrupt institution in Nigeria. The report stated that a bribe is paid in 54% of interactions with the police, and that there is a 63% probability that an average Nigerian will be asked to pay a bribe each time he or she interacted with the police. With the police allegedly eating from the palm of her former husband, they accused her of attempted murder, arrested her sister, and he served her divorce papers.
Made a statement that armed robbers invaded his house. They went away with a property worth 2.5 million, with a cash of 180,000, attempted murder and all that. They shoot gun, they shoot the sister on the head. I said, this is not true. Okay, I gave my own statement. When I gave my own statement, they were now dragging me to cell. So I shouted, I was pleading for help. Before I know it, they came, they handcuffed me this time around. And they showed me arrest warrants, and that my arrest warrant, no bail. That is how they took me to cell.
Her experience went downhill from there. The police turned around to arrest a victim who approached them for protection and locked her up at Kirikiri Maximum Prison for almost 3 weeks.
Do you know that when the police, my senior sister was seeing period, police women could not even help, even when we were begging them, please, this lady is on her period. Can you help us bring tissue? They did not bring. And there are other women like that. The place was smelling. There was nothing. I think she had to use her hair tie to try and wrap and use. The police are very rude. They don't take care of their inmates at all. They don't want to know whether what they have accused you of is true or is false.
These details expose a breach of fundamental rights to dignity of the human person, stipulated in Section 34 of the Nigerian Constitution. We put these allegations of corruption and human rights abuse in police custody to the Nigerian police force.
It's a professional misconduct. Once I get the facts, like every other professional misconduct of our men, we do allow it to go unattended to. So let's do that. As this one now, the victim, let them get across to me. They can meet the DC, the Commissioner of Police. So can put up the petition to me, to the officers, so we take action. We don't condone anything that is unprofessional unless it's not brought to our knowledge. So in this case now, don't let me get the facts and to monitor it. I will not disappoint you. All those officers that have done that, one way or the other, found culpable, they will face additional procedure. And prescribed punishment will be meted out to them.
With the intervention of a non-governmental organization, Project Alert, Queen was set free. But she has not seen her children ever since.
It was during this period that I met with Project Alert on violence against women. They took over the case, they stood by me, went through the case, went for 7 years. We finished the case after 7 years and I was set free. Meanwhile, my children was taken from me from the time they pushed me out of that house. I did not have access to my children until now.
Josephine Chukuma is the executive director of Project Alert. She condemns Nigeria's police force for breaking the domestic violence law of Lagos State 2007 and calls for these reforms in the force.
Is about the system not working. And why is the system not working? First and foremost is the issue of funding. What are they given? What funding do they get to operate? And then the capacity, the training of their officials, how professional are they? You need officers that are trained and well-resourced to respond to cases of sexual and gender-based violence.
Like many women, Queen now wears the scars of a broken leg, a broken marriage, and suffers the consequence of a broken justice system.
Hello and welcome to One on One Today. And today is a special episode because we have one of Nollywood's finest, Dakore Egbuson Akonde.
Yay! You got it. I know it's a tongue twister, but yes, you got it.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And you told me earlier that Dakore means daddy's girl.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
A
really
child who takes after the father.
Okay, so now that we're starting on that note, tell us, what was growing up like for you? What was childhood like for you?
Wow, well, childhood was awesome. I'm a firstborn, so I had the best of everything. I had both parents undue attention. Oh no, not undue, very due. What do I mean? So yes, but as a firstborn, I was, raised to, have a very high sense of responsibility. Education was, top. Everything was a top priority. But it was a very fun household. We were allowed to kind of just explore and be ourselves. I would wake up to loud music in the morning because my dad is into his music.
Yeah.
That really rubbed off on me because I'm also a musician in my own right as well because of that. So it's amazing how the influences of your childhood stay with you. We were also really exposed to art and music and TV. I wanted to do what the ladies were doing on TV, and this was all from, childhood. And it was just a really good time, especially in Nigeria at that time. Things were simpler.
Yeah.
You could go to your neighbor's house and there's no fear.
There's no fear. You stay there.
We were really raised at a very good time, so yeah.
So are there things in your childhood that you miss and you wish you could recreate for your own children now?
Wow. Yeah, I want to go and be a child again. How about that? Adulting is a scam. But no. To be honest, I'm very fortunate to have parents like my parents, especially my mom. She really instilled the values of compassion, having respect for people regardless of their race or gender or class. And that's something that I'm definitely, encouraging my daughters to do now. I have 2 daughters. My first is 10, going on 30. My second one is just an old lady. She just turned 8. So they are that, impressionable, need to have, to know about, but you have to also be intrinsically yourself as well. So I'm just trying to find that balance. And of course, with social media, the gadgets and the devices.
So many distractions. We didn't have this many distractions when we were growing up. So it's really hard to juggle sometimes and be on top of everything.
Yeah.
But I'm managing. My husband and I were quite committed. We're quite intentional with our parenting, because we know that we don't want social media to raise our kids. We don't want music videos to raise our kids. So yeah, we have to be present as well.
Yeah, same thing, because I have a 10-year-old, he's going to be 11.
Oh.
And so every time he has a phone and then his laptop, so every time when I'm trying to get him off, it's like, well, you get to use yours. I'm like, I am not distracted. I didn't grow up with it, so I can manage it. You're growing up with it, and it's just very distracting for you.
Actually, my heart goes out to them, because this is all they know. We were analog people in a digital world.
Exactly, and do
but
so
they're
many things.
digital in a digital world.
Yeah,
so this is all they know. So we just have to kind of be that balance for them, so that when they're on the devices too much, so, okay, maybe you should just come out for some air, like play outside, run around, talk to people. Because it makes them very insular and antisocial.
True, very true.
So it's a job.
It's a lot of work. Okay, so Dakari, I see you have a lot of, this is not even patronizing you, walking here, you have like a lot of confidence, you have like self-worth. How did you, get that?
Yes, I do have a lot of confidence, but there's a fine line, confidence and arrogance. It's very. So for me, I realize that in the job that I do, you have to have confidence. You have to have belief in yourself, first of all, but not lord it over everybody. And I think that's where some people miss it. They were like, oh, I'm confident, so I have to. Being confident doesn't mean you have to make everybody else around you feel small. In fact, you're supposed to bring people closer, and of course, people with our job, people already kind of really idolize us and look at us like we're larger than life, but let them know that no, we're all breathing the same air, and this is just me anyway. That's my spirit. I choose to be humble and carry it in a way that isn't threatening. But the thing is, some people will still be threatened regardless, but that's not my fault. At least I'm doing my part, So yeah, but thank you. But yeah, you have to just have confidence in yourself. You have to, because when you're in front of millions of people, you have to just kind of put that self-consciousness. You have to put it somewhere, because as an actor, you have to be free. You have to be able to be free. But if you're self-conscious and you're watching yourself, then that's no fun. No fun for you, no fun for the audience. So it's a fine line, honestly. But this is how I move in the world, Self-worth as well, that comes from parenting as well. It comes from my mom, my dad. You're beautiful, you're talented, you're stunning. Like those words that build you up, and then a Christian faith, my God will supply all my needs. I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. No harm can come. You know, so with that, there's a way it makes you move in the world, and I take it very seriously. You know, so yeah, I think that's kind of where my faith and how I was raised. Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about your acting career, and then your brother is into it now. So I want to compare when you first said you wanted to go into acting. How did your parents react?
Well, my parents were not really surprised because I was always very artistic. We all are, in fact. Myself, my brothers, my sister, they're all very like sing, dance, act, do stuff. We're just very expressive. So it wasn't surprising, but I think it was surprising that I chose it to be a life career. My parents thought it would just be a little thing. She's just
passive.
Yeah, she just loves to sing. She just loves to play the recorder. She just loves to play the piano. You know, she just loves to do ballet, you know, but they didn't realize that this was actually what I was pointing towards. I also wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a pediatrician because I love kids, and I was a science student as well. Not that type of science student, but a real science student. But then somewhere down the line, physics just started becoming really difficult, you know, so I just like, what kind of thing is this? You know, I'd planned my whole life. And that's how God just does his thing, doesn't it? It's like, oh, you think you know what you're doing. You think you know what you're doing. Oh, continue. You know, so my mom, again, I must say, you know, she was very supportive. She never said no. She never said, all she said was, don't disgrace me.
Okay.
Like a typical Nigerian mom.
Yeah.
Don't disgrace me, but do your thing. My dad, not so much. He was more traditional. And, you know, I understand. You know, at the time, it was hard. I was like, he doesn't want to let me do what I want to do.
So that's what I want to ask you now. Now, compare your brother is into acting now.
Yeah.
Compare that when you got it and when your brother got it.
Look, I did all the heavy lifting, okay? Timothy is chilling right now because they've seen that I've done it and I was able to make a sustainable life out of it and a successful career. So, of course, they're like, oh, by all means, go for it. So, yeah, but I'm first.
Apart from being an actor that he just started,
yes.
How has it been like? I'm not an entrepreneur really, but every time when you hear about the story of entrepreneurs in Nigeria, it's like blood, sweat,
and tears, in that order,
and a lot of work.
Yes.
So please tell us about it.
It's been really challenging. Dakori Beauty is the name of the brand. It's a skincare luxury brand. It's body butters and body oils, all natural, you know, body polish. And it's actually perfect for this weather because this weather is, you know, Hamatan, is very dry. I've always been into skincare. I've always been into beauty. This is the job that we do, you know. As actors, we're in front of the camera. We always have to look great all the time. So I've always been fascinated by practices that would enhance my natural beauty. So, of course, remember, I had dreadlocks, you know, back in the day, and I've been natural ever since. So I've always, you just naturally gravitated towards that space with the ethos of just being comfortable in your own skin, your God-given skin, you know. So, you know, this has just been an idea that I've been playing with for a while. And I said, you know what? Now's the time, you know, now's a good time. And I think also because I've been fortunate to be brand ambassador for several brands like MTN, Samsung, of course, Too Sure, Amstel Malta. So I've learned a lot about how to, you know, market stuff and learned that people like what I do and what I say. So if I say a product is good, people tend to believe that. And because I also use the products and I've been working with these big companies for such a long time. So I figured, okay, might as well, you know, create something that is really inherently me and, you know, put it out there in the world. So that's what Dakori Beauty is about.
For many people, they see influencers influencers, celebrities, you know, like yourself, bring out this product and then they don't really, you know anything about it. Just like someone has got to just package it for them and they just bring it to them to just put their name behind it because it will make some money.
No. Look, for me, for any brand that I've been a part of, it's something that I use in my own life. And I don't have to say it, but I have to because of what you've just brought up as well. It's a very valid thing to say. For me, everything that I do is authentic. It is authentically me. It is intrinsically me. This product is what I use on my skin. That's what my children use. That's what my husband uses. What my mom uses. I had to test it on everybody in my immediate family first
Okay.
And they gave me feedback. And based on that feedback, I went back. My friends, I reached to them. Do you like this? What do you think about it? Oh, let's take this out. Let's do this. It's been 3 years of R&D, research and development, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
And every brand that I have ever been a part of is because I genuinely believe in it and I love it and I use it for myself. I mean, it's not all about the money for me. What I do is out of passion, is out of love, is genuinely me. So I don't know. I just felt a little bit, you know.
No. I needed to ask.
No, but you
not
were
attack.
honest.
Yeah, but I need to ask because that's why. So especially now that, so Dakare's Beauty, for example.
Yeah.
How do you sourcing of product? Is it locally? Do you have to bring in stuff? Because you know, a lot of people are talking about how, you know, there's a lot of development for like real estate, but we're losing, you know, our forests, plants, products. So how are you sourcing for some of those products locally?
Everything for the product is sourced here in Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
All locally. Everything from the box to the bottles to the shea butter to the jasmine oil to everything is all within Nigeria. I source it. I don't go to China. I mean, I understand people who do because of bigger volumes, but for now, it's a small business. I'm making it in small batches with lots of love, handmade. Artisanal, also helping a young entrepreneur who also has her own beauty line. I'm actually, you know, getting her to make the product for me. I'm working with her to create the product. So that's and she's about 24 years old.
Wow.
I met her through the Dare to Dream project. I was a juror on that project, with Kinabuti. And then I just loved what she was doing. She was so entrepreneurial and stuff. And I was like, okay, I want to do this. Can we collaborate? And that's how I'm making her have more money in her business that she can put in her business. So it's all very much within Nigeria. Also, I'm a juror for the Ethical Fashion Institute. So we're all about sustainability. It's affiliated with the UN. We have an accelerator program for African designers. So I'm also learning about sustainability chains, making sure that everything is above board. You know, I'm infusing a lot of the things that I'm personally passionate about. Like, for instance, the box, it's eco-friendly because I care about the environment, climate change, all of these things. So I'm just like pouring in all my little influences and everything that influenced me into the product and into every other thing that I'm doing. It's all about giving back. It's all about giving back.
So
and we need to grow the Naira.
Yes, we do.
We need to create stuff from within. We have so much around us, but we're not taking advantage.
We're not taking it
because everybody wants to do the fast thing. It's not the most easy business to do. It's not easy to do any business in Nigeria. It's not easy to do anything in Nigeria because our environment is so toxic. It's so difficult. But we're the most resilient people in the world. We still make things happen. Look at our film industry. We're talking about film industry. It came from, you know, you understand? And now it's what's employing so many young people that otherwise, and me, I only got to what I've been doing if I wasn't acting. You know what I mean? So we are resilient people. And I want to see a Nigeria that we can all be proud of, but we have to be part of it. We have to throw our hats in the ring and do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, you know, do you get asked this question because your product is a beauty product?
Yes.
And you know that in this side of the world, everybody wants to be shades lighter. So do you get, you know, questions like, oh, does it make you tall? Does it make me shades lighter?
Yes.
And how do you handle those questions?
I get that a lot. But you know what? I'm just very honest. And I say no. It's going to just enhance your natural beauty. It's going to make your natural melanin pop. I'm not trying to lighten you. I'm not trying to make you feel, because again, I'm a disciple of Fela Nicola Kuti, and I love being black. I love being an African brown-skinned woman. I have daughters, you know, and whatever I do, they're watching. So I let them know that, look, I love my skin. You should love the skin you're in. So I always tell people, I'm sorry, oh no, it's not that kind of product, you know. But if you're really into enhancing your natural skin, that's for you, you know. And I think it's important because you don't only talk the talk, but walk the walk. You know, my products are all natural. Nothing's going to bleach you. It's just going to make you glow from within. Like how I'm glowing. Can you tell?
Interesting. So you've really taken some really interesting journeys. So this journey into entrepreneurship, this journey into making your own film, writing and producing. Tell us about that.
Yes, Blackout's the name of the film. Blackout with a Q, not a CK. Really, it's just a young woman's journey. It's a coming-of-age story talking about the rise of a young Afrobeat singer and how she has to navigate the world and the things that life throws at her and how she's able to you know, you just rise above the circumstances that she's found herself in. So yeah.
Well, yeah. So the journey of writing. Have you written a film before?
It's been crazy.
So how did you get that when working with other writers? Because you were telling
Yes.
me earlier how you had to go
I had to
across
travel.
the world.
Yes, because I'm trying to make the first crossover film, international crossover film. Yeah.
Okay.
So of course, if you want to do something different, you have to do things differently. But I know that my root is Nigeria, and the story is based in Nigeria. So I worked with Nigerian writers first, and then I went to LA because I you know, kind of have two lives. I live in LA sometimes of the year. So I've been exposed to meeting a lot of writers and everything, and then I got an African American writer to write, you know, that part so that we could have a nice balance. So that was really interesting. I wrote the treatment, I wrote the story, but then of course I needed people who could make it into a screenplay because I'm not a screenplay writer. But basically it's my story, you know, it's a story that I've conceptualized in my head. It's been in my heart, carrying it around for about 5 years, and then I just took the plunge and did it. And so yeah, it's really exciting. We had principal photography last year in November. Okay. It's currently being it's in post-production at the moment, being edited and, you know, all the other things. So I'm actually seeing the first draft this week. So I'm really excited to see what comes out. But then, you know, I also got really amazing cast members. My brother Timini is in it. Tinamba is in it. Ike Chukwu, Jim Ike. And there's some special appearances by some musicians of now in the film as well. No, it's really like I'm making it like our own A Star Is Born. Yeah, that's kind of the closest thing I would say to it. But it's really exciting, writing, producing, co-executive producing. Shout out to Nigeria Breweries for also supporting us. One Africa Films, who are my co-producers, and my management. So yeah, it took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears again, because making a film in Nigeria is really difficult. But we love what we do. I love what I do, and I wanted to just, you know, just ascend a little bit. You know, after a while, you do the same thing, and then you start, okay, what's next? What's next for me? But I didn't want to do it because everybody else is doing it. I'm doing it because it's the right time for me, and I feel like this is a story that I couldn't sleep until I made it. So now that I've made it, I can sleep a little bit. A little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. So let's talk about the Nigerian film industry.
Yeah.
It's grown well. Yes. You know, some of our films are getting a lot of recognition abroad, and then with the arrival of some streaming platforms like Netflix in Nigeria, so a lot of films. But what do you think we need to focus? What are some of the areas that still need a lot of work in Nollywood?
Okay, we don't lack for talent. Talent is, you know, we have that in abundance. Resilient nature, which we have in abundance as well. But I think we need to really look at the structure. We don't have enough structure. We need to have working bodies that are not just bodies in name, but actually do the work that they're meant to do. Artist welfare, making sure that artists are well taken care of, you know, royalties, all of these things. These are things that obtain every other film industry in the world except
standard,
for, and it's standard. Even South Africa, they have a standard in terms of like overtime, all of these things. We don't have that here. So it's pretty much, and it's also kind of like an all-comers affair. Which is also something that I think we need to start to try to figure out how to regulate. And not regulate in the sense of not letting people in, but just making sure that those people who are in are real practitioners and really want to do it for the love of the film industry. I think also the streaming platforms have been great. They've really helped us because for a long time, we were kind of just relegated to the mom and pop shops, you know, in the diaspora, you know, where just outskirts, not quite mainstream. We're not quite mainstream yet, but with Netflix, with Amazon, with Google Plus, all of these things, they are now bringing us more mainstream. People are having more of an opportunity to check out what we're about. Standards have increased and improved in terms of our output, the films, the quality of the films. So I'm really, really encouraged because I started in the industry when it wasn't cool to be a Nollywood actor, you know, where we were laughed at, you know, that was the VCD era, Asaba, and all of that. But I've really loved being part of the evolution and also watching it as well, you know, like from like an outsider and seeing that we have really done a lot. We've grown, and I think we have to encourage ourselves that we have grown. But at the same time, let's not rest on our oars. Let's keep on pushing. Let's try and find more international collaboration. I think that's really important because you can't continue to be a big fish in a small pond. You have to come outside of yourself. And so I hope that we can do more of that. I'm trying to do that as well with my film, you know, like trying to make it a crossover film. And all those things, I think little drops of water make a mighty ocean, they say. So let's just keep on doing what we're doing, but we need the government as well to really help us in terms of creating these structures, putting it down, you know, let it be if it has to be anything concerning the entertainment industry, this is how we should do it, you know. I feel like that's the way the government can help. Not just use us, you know, when it's time to say, oh, these are the cool things, use us to shine, but then ask us, let's sit together and say, okay, what do we need? What can we help you, you know, to do so we can make the industry more viable? Because it's an employer of labor, you know, we have to, and it's a serious one. I believe it's the second in the world, second in Nigeria after agric. So that's crazy, you know. You can't continue to ignore that because a lot of young people are being, you know, being employed because we have a film industry and music as well. Music has been great.
Our music has gone global.
So I'm waiting for our films to also go global in that way. But music is a little easier because, you know, the channels are a little bit, you know, more fluid than film. I feel like there's, you know, let me not go into my conspiracy theories, but it's harder for film, and you know, and generally it's just harder for anything that comes out of Africa. They just assume that it's low class or is inferior or whatever. But we need to just keep on having faith.
I think we will eventually. But like you said, if we get our structures right and we just keep pushing, eventually we'll you know, we'll break through it.
And then it's not even about Western validation.
Exactly, because we always wait for them to, you know, validate us to just, and then we need to also own our own stories and tell more of our own stories without necessarily being in the forest and wearing leather skins and all of those stuff.
Like Tarzan and Jane. Do you know some people actually think that that's how we live?
Oh yes,
till now. But I don't even get offended. I just educate. I'm like, oh no, actually we have skyscrapers. You know, they're like, really? I'm like, really?
Oh wow. And then time is fast spent. Well, let me just ask you my last question. I really wish I had more time. How do you stay grounded? How do you stay grounded? Because you are, you know, a big superstar. You're a celebrity. You're making your own money. You're coming to your own place, and you know, spent years in the industry. How have you remained grounded? What keeps you grounded?
God keeps me grounded because God reminds me that, you know, you've come from a long way, you know, I've brought you through a lot. I can't even begin to tell you what I've been through, you know, in my life. So, and I think my parents as well, I have to keep on, you know, and I think it's really important. It goes back to how you're raised. I was raised to have compassion. I was raised to not lord myself over anyone. We're all human. We're all having the same experience. I stay grounded because I want to be grounded. I don't want to believe my own hype because I feel when you start to believe your own hype, that's when you start to lose reality. And I have children. I have 2 beautiful daughters that I know I have to be a role model for. And I want them to see through me how I treat others, how to treat others. My mom raised me to be very humble. She's like, oh, humble yourself in the sight of the Lord and he will lift you high. That is so it's ringing in my ear. And then again, I'm very mindful. I meditate, I pray. So that helps me to just stay grounded. And because I know the job that I'm here to do is not for me, it's to shine light. It's to shine light on the things that are ugly, the things people don't like to talk about. So I don't know. And I think that's just me personally. That's just who I am. And I'm grateful for that because I see a lot of my colleagues and friends and people, you know, everywhere else, and they're losing it. And I'm just like, damn girl, you know, damn boy, you know, could you just bring it down a notch? And I don't want to lose reality. I don't want to lose touch with my people. And at the end of the day, I'm only who I am because the people let me. They love what I do. So that's why whenever I see people and they stop me and they say hi and they want to take a picture, I do it with them. Even if I'm not in the mood. No. Do you know what? It brings me out of my bad mood because it reminds me that you're not here for yourself. Come on. So I'm grateful, and I think grateful. And I wrote today, gratitude, where grace meets gratitude, greatness follows.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that came to me this morning. So yeah, that's where I want to leave it.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a good note to leave it. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best with your beauty line and also with your new film coming out. Looking forward to seeing that on Netflix. It's come out on Netflix. So look forward to seeing that. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. God bless.
Yes, and that's all we can take for one-on-one today. I know. I really wish we had more time. Just spend like the entire day with her, but we'll have her back again. Thank you, and until the next episode, my name is Fumi Onuajefe. See you soon.
broken road does not understand Igbo. It will not maim the Fulani and let the rest of us go. The accident it will cause will take our lives. For when a vehicle somersaults, it breaks our bones.
So, you can speak Nupe till morning comes. You will not build libraries in our public schools. And when a woman, a young woman, lies dying in childbirth, your fluency in Ijaw, it will not save her life.
For Christian or Muslim, it makes no difference. When you're being driven around in an ambulance from hospital to hospital in search of oxygen, northerner or southerner, you'll just die, suffocating.
You will die from causes easily preventable, like no fuel for the police to respond to your distress call. No light, no water, no nurses, no jobs. Nothing kills as efficiently as bad governance.
As politicians in office who do not pay salaries, whose response to bad roads is bigger SUVs, who set up committees and publish white papers presiding over affairs that never improve.
Politicians in jeeps with minds in London, perpetual latecomers to every meeting, irritated by anyone with a different opinion, who see the people as a throne to sit on.
Politicians in power, who personalize the state, who criminalize criticism and terrorize dissent. In society, nothing kills as efficiently as a politician in high office with low mentality.
For you see, Boko Haram will burn down an entire classroom, but a politician can swallow the entire school system, can fold up the power station and keep it in his briefcase, can roll up the railways and keep it in her house.
They can file our seaports away in a drawer, can cripple all our farms with no fertilizers. No matter the passion that you bring into a startup, the government can cripple it with just one pronouncement.
And no degree you hold, no grammar you speak, no decision you make to just face your work, no protest you stage can save you from those elected to make and enforce our laws.
The way they see things is a wall around you, for you cannot drive faster than the person driving you. No matter your wealth, education, or achievement, you're subject to the mentality of those in government.
Politicians in office hold the yam and the knife. For to elect is to give the elected power over life. Which child remains Almajiri or becomes better? These things are in the hands of the people in power.
Politicians in office hold the farm and the seed. For to elect is to give the elected the power to decide whether security operatives can murder citizens and walk away free. These things are in the hands of those who run the country.
So, if you are tired of it all, then strike it at its roots. If you are tired of needing a letter from a senator to get that job, if you are tired of seeing your hustle frustrated by public policies, if you are tired of insecurity, then fix the politics.
Until they are there in public office, men and women with a heart for public service. No tribe, no tongue, just a commitment to build a functional nation that fills us all with pride.
Until they are in the highest office, men and women with the heart of selfless service. No region, no religion, just commitment to nation.
Until we elect them, we labor in vain.
Because they have elected somebody, they can just call me anytime. It's not done.
Lawmakers react to the ruling on Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act, asking Abubakar Malami against its implementation. And the presidency accuses the People's Democratic Party of plotting to destabilize Nigeria. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Pachels. Welcome to Plus Politics. I'm Kofi Pachels, and let's move to a first story for discussion. Tonight on the program, the Nigerian Senate and indeed the House of Representatives have responded to the judgment of a federal high court in Umuahia, Abia State that nullified the Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. While the senators vowed to appeal the judgment, the representatives cautioned the Attorney General and the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami SAN against its implementation, saying that this would deny the national right of appeal, as they called it. This is because the court had ordered the Attorney General of the Federation to delete the said subsection 12 of Section 84 from the body of the Electoral Act. And reacting to the judgment of the judgment of the court, the House of Representatives condemned the judgment and resolved to formally write a letter of complaints to the National Judicial Council, the NJC. Joining us to discuss this, we're glad to say we have a member of the House of Representatives. Rima Shawulu represents the people of Takum, Donga, Usa, and Yangtu Federal constituency in Taraba State. Honorable Shawulu, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me here.
All right. Despite the introduction we've given, I want you to run our viewers through what transpired on the floor of the House of Representatives when this issue was brought up for discussion.
Well, I was not on the floor of the House. I had yesterday when it happened, but the feeling of the House and the feeling of most people who have read the judgment is that it's a judgment that smacks of what people have been complaining about in the Nigerian political system, mainly that politicians are trying to bring the judiciary into disrepute. There is no reason whatsoever for the court, for instance, to enter into, to accept that case the way it was accepted, to give an order against a party that was not a party to the suit, and to order further that the executive should perform the duties of the legislature by going to delete a section of the Electoral Act. What the Honorable Court should have done or should have stopped at would have been simply to say, in his opinion, that the said section of the Constitution was null and void to the extent of its inconsistency to a specific section of the Constitution. But he didn't do that. And people are wondering why the judgment, where the case was not entered into in Abuja, and where the National Assembly is, and why the National Assembly was not joined as a party to the case, in a case that National Assembly is a direct participant. Now, the fact of the matter is, what we have tried to do in the National Assembly is to sanitize the political system, to try to build institutions, You do not, when you build institutions of democracy, institutions that will withstand pressure. And so it is very discomforting and it's very, it's really not nice at this stage for the judiciary or some people in the judiciary to come to participate in politics of the country. If you are interested in contesting election, there are procedures for contesting election, and the National Assembly is empowered by the Constitution, the ground norm of the country, to make laws for the country, to make laws for the electoral system, which is why so much pressure was put on the National Assembly to make sure that the Electoral Act was passed. That is why several forms of compromises were reached, and the president, in his wisdom, signed the Electoral Act and also sought for an amendment to the Electoral Act. If the president would request the National Assembly to do the amendment, where was the executive? Where was the minister in a hurry to go to court to procure a court judgment that will enable him, as people allege, to contest election? If he is interested in contesting election, he is well within his right to contest election. He might as well simply go straight to resign, to contest election. Nobody stops him from contesting election. But you cannot sit in your office, an office that is supposed to be an impartial umpire, to be taking political actions, campaigning, and it doesn't give respect to that office, and that is not the intention of the Constitution.
Okay, Honorable Shaulu, are you saying President Muhammadu Buhari is not in charge of the country? Are you saying that he lacks the capacity to rule the country and he doesn't know what is going on? You know, that he's probably even mentally incapacitated? Because what you're alleging is that everything that's happening is simply a script of Malami being played out, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Despite the fact that we know that a lawyer and top member of the Action Alliance, Nduka Dede, was the one who filed the suit to challenge the constitutionality of the provision included in the Electoral Act. You're insisting that this was all orchestrated by Malami simply because he wants to contest the next elections and doesn't want to resign from office earlier than 30 days. So it therefore means that the president doesn't know what is going on and maybe he's not aware of what's happening. He's being controlled by Malami, which means that he's not capable of governing the country. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what you are saying. I did not reach that conclusion. You reached that conclusion.
Because you said...
No. My conclusion is simply this, that the Minister of Justice or any other person who is in government, including the persons that Nduka and Co. are promoting to contest for the presidency of this country, have a right to contest, but they need to do the needful. Simply resign before the contest. And of course, the president, I believe, will call whoever is trying to do this to caution, because he's done that a few times. Now, the issue of the president's ability to rule and people within his government taking actions or laws into their hands are completely two different things. And I believe that the people who are promoting this, the people who do not wish this country well. For instance, it's simply for a sitting central bank governor anywhere in the world to want to contest election while sitting on top of the central bank is what can only happen in a place where people are taking laws into their hands. Because what you are telling the people, investors, and everyone that is interested in the economy is that you are going to ruin the economy. It calls to caution. It brings into doubt.
But Honorable Shaulu, Gordon Emefiele, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, has already said that he's not interested in running for office. He's already said that those who were, peddling his name, didn't have his approval. Even his friends also came out to help him amplify his rejection of these.
Well, if he did say that, it is good he did say that, because what I would have said if he does not deny it is to ask the president to remove him or ask him to resign. Because those people who went to court, or the names of some of the people who went, are the same people that are promoting his candidature. And that is simply against the economy. It's economic sabotage for a sitting governor of the central bank to dabble into politics, or people around him to dabble into politics. What does that mean? That every action that he has taken so far are meant to achieve a political end. What is the implication of that to the people who want to invest in the economy?
But back to the earlier point I mentioned, but I think you've, as I've just said, Gordon Mayfield has denied those being behind the calls for him, to be president or to join the political fray. But you're insisting, and you're saying that Malami is behind all of this, and I go back to that question.
What I'm saying
that
is
you said a few minutes ago, Honorable Shaulu, that you said that Malami was is interested in running for office. That's why he's pushing this. But Mr. President,
if he's interested in running for office, he should resign.
Yeah, is he?
That the judge cannot give instruction to him to go and perform a legislative function.
All right,
and if he dares to perform a legislative function, it means that he has an interest.
Okay, but President Buhari wrote to the National Assembly and sent a bill to you requesting the deletion or the amendment of that section 84 subsection 12. So would it be fair on Malami to say he is behind all of this?
Well, that is for him to come out to speak for himself, number one, and number two is for him also to refuse to perform legislative functions and wait for the process as enshrined in the Constitution to take place. What is the process as enshrined in the Constitution? That if the president objects to any legislative proposal from the National Assembly, he vetoes the legislation. If he on the other hand signs it and he decides at a later time to send a letter to the National Assembly asking for amendment, he's within his right to do that. Then they should wait for the legislative process to be concluded.
You did talk about, I'm sure you have accepted, you recognize that it was an individual Nigerian, not a member of government, a lawyer and top member of the Action Alliance by the name Unduka Edede, who approached the court in Umuahia, Abia State. At some point you said he seems to be...
Look, listen to me. We've known this from 1993. We've known this from the case of Onogen, that when you see somebody go to court, there's somebody behind him that's asking him to go to court. Like the Association for Better Nigeria, who went to get the 1993 election annulled. He was not acting, he was not an independent person. And would you, for instance, any ordinary citizen, go to the crowded courts today and get judgment within a few days and get the court to listen to you within a few days?
It's been happening, in especially political cases. You have some swift rulings.
Political cases means that some political interests are pushing it.
Okay, but so you mentioned, you did say at a point, Honorable Shaulu, that there's someone who Unduka, the plaintiff, the one who filed the suit, rather, is whose interest he's trying to protect. The person who wants to be president. Can you give us insight into who you're referring to?
No, I didn't say that.
No, you mentioned, you said whoever Unduka is.
I did not say that. You should ask. I did not say there's a particular person. I did not say that. There are interests. Okay. And whoever goes to court, can you go to court today, file a case today and get the judgment tomorrow?
It's happened several times, especially in political cases.
Okay, to try and do one, let's see.
No, but you're aware it's been happening, especially with political cases.
And you will get judgment. So the issue is this, that if we want to please the political system, a lot of things have been happening. Cases have been filed, for instance, that there's something, and it is the responsibility, therefore, for those who do investigation like you, or people who are producing the program, to find out, call the person who came, who are those who went to court, why did you go to court?
But
who are those behind you? Where did you get the money?
I'm sure.
And then you go to his bank accounts. You go to his bank account and find out where they got the money to.
So are you saying that Unduka Edede was bribed.
I don't know.
Are you alleging that also the trial judge was also bribed as well? You're talking about Milord, the Honorable Justice Ayandike. Are you saying she was bribed by Unduka Dede? Is that what you're saying, sir?
That is what you are saying.
No, because you were saying we should check bank accounts.
That is what you are saying.
So Honorable Shawolo, whose bank account are you saying we should go check?
Go and check the Unduka's account, where he got the money to file the case.
All right. And are you also saying that
you should do some investigation?
Yes. So are you also? I'm writing it down. Are you also saying that?
Also go and find out. For instance, go and find out why the cases that were filed by the PDP long ago in Rivers State and some other states about members who decamp from PDP have not been heard.
Honorable Shawolo, is something you're trying to, a message you're trying to pass to us? Is something you know that we don't know? So can you spill the beans for us? Just say.
I don't have beans to spill. I've told you.
Because you're speaking in parables.
I'm not speaking in parables. If you have something you want to say, you can say them.
It seems there's something you're aware of that you feel
don't
not
say
free to say.
What you want to say through me.
All right, but let's move on.
If you have something to say, you say it.
You're making some insinuations and telling us to go check, which means you have some information.
There's no insinuation.
Or you're telling us to go find out some things. You know why cases were stopped. Yes. So is it that there's something you know about these things that may be wrong? If you know, maybe you can just make our job easy and tell us.
Why don't you say it? I've told you what you should find out.
Okay.
That cases are in court that have not been heard.
Okay.
And this case is too fast for it to be heard.
Why have those cases not been heard?
I don't know.
Okay. What about the element of time? And I do know that in jurisprudence, there's some of these considerations are brought to bear. We're aware of the election timetable. We're aware of the fact the election is just around the corner, less than a year from now. We're aware that there was this clamor for the president
of amendment of constitution
for the president to sign the electoral act because of the element of time. And INEC, even through its National Commission of Voter Education, Festus Okoye, had been crying and saying we need the electoral act passed quickly because we are running out of time. So is it impossible that the trial judge, Milord Justice, what's her name again, Anyadike, looked at the time frame, say, okay, this is a time-bound case, so let's hear it, because we need to be done with this because election is around the corner, and whatever INEC does is guided by the act. So are you being fair?
Is that what she told? Is that what the judge told you?
No, but this is the things they look at, sir. I'm sure you're aware of this.
So is that the basis for not joining the National Assembly as a party to the case?
No, you were talking about the fact that the case was heard
is
too
that
quickly.
The reason why National Assembly was not joined as a party to the case?
I don't know. But I'm asking you.
So I don't know too.
Yeah, because you said the case was heard too quickly, and I said there's an element of time that is considered by judge.
Is that what the judge told? If the judge told you that it's an element of time, the National Assembly is going to appeal.
I don't know.
I'm also raising questions about I'm also raising my questions. I'm also asking you if you have gone to the judge, and is that what the judge said in the judgment?
So why do you think Madam Mrs. Anyadike was very quick with this?
I don't know what she said. I don't know anything about her motive, but I'm saying that there's a process for amendment of the Constitution that should be followed.
All right. Between the House of Representatives and the Senate, and the National Assembly on one side, and the governors on the other side. The National Assembly came up with the issue of direct primaries, and this was rejected. The president sent the bill back to the House. The governors also went to see him and voiced, their strong opinion, rejection of this, and they didn't want to have this in the bill. The Senate President also was a frequent visitor to the presidential villa, along with the Speaker of the House of Reps. So it was evident that you had both sides going for something different. Some have said that the National Assembly members are simply trying to insure themselves with this amendment of the Electoral Act. And they do not want the powers, in the state to be against them. This time we're talking about the state governors. What do you say to that?
Well, my take about it is I don't believe that it is right for us to have just one format of of conducting primaries, of selecting people who contest election. It's democracy. There are places there are places in the world, they do primaries, there are places they don't do primaries. There are areas that parties go shopping for people who will contest elections. And it has taken place, it takes place in many areas. So the president, in my opinion, is within his powers, within his right. And I think it's also a good process to have a consensus candidate, to have people that want to do direct, people that want to do indirect or by delegates. They are all proper, and I believe that it is right that they are in the Electoral Act. Of course, I would have wished that we did not put the stringent conditions that we put in the Electoral Act concerning having candidates sign agreements and so forth, because people can just abuse it by going to buy forms when they don't intend to contest election, but just create crisis within political parties. The fact of the matter is that political parties are self-governing entities and must remain self-governing entities with their rules, with distinct characteristics. You cannot have parties being uniform, doing things the same way, as if they are what happened under the Abacha when the former Attorney General of the Federation described political parties as the 5 leprous fingers of Abacha. We cannot do that. Parties have to choose the way they want to do things. Now, talking about members of National Assembly wanting to fight their way, political elections all over the world, there is no section, no one section of the polity determines what happens in any political party. Every interest has to be taken care of. And people, whether they are members or not, have to cooperate with people at home, with people everywhere before they go ahead with winning any elections. You cannot sit in Abuja and win any election. You have to go back home. And if you go back home, you need to get people to help you win election. So the question, therefore, that National Assembly members want to fight their governance is just mischief. No member of National Assembly that I know will want to go and be fighting his governor. The governor has different duties and responsibilities. National Assembly members have different duties and responsibilities. What does happen is simply political. Some people will go to the governor, who is a major stakeholder in any state, to ask to discredit members of National Assembly. It's a normal thing. And if people have on the other hand, if some members of National Assembly have their way, they will go to their governors or other stakeholders to discredit the other people. So, question of saying members of National Assembly are doing this because they want to fight, where will you fight your governor? You are supposed to work with the governor to improve the state. So, the issue, therefore, is that people should not be afraid of election. People should not be afraid. Election, there are two things: you win or you lose. Today you win, tomorrow you lose. Or today you lose, tomorrow you win. Okay. Or you retire from politics. So the issue, therefore, for me, is that we need to clean up an electoral process. And I'm very happy with the recent court judgments on decamping, people moving from their political parties. It's been so difficult for people outside Nigeria to understand why somebody is in one party today, tomorrow is in another party.
Yeah, Honorable Sholu, thank you. But the House of Reps has had very strong words for the Honorable Justice Ayadike, and has reported her to the National Judicial Council. It's a clear case of the judge saying that the Nigerian Constitution stipulates that appointees of government seeking to contest elections must resign at least 30 days to the date of election. And she also went on to say that any other law mandating such appointees to resign or to leave office at any time before that 30 days is unconstitutional, invalid, illegal.
The fact that you resign the fact that you contest primaries does not mean you are going to contest the election. So the law is talking about people resigning from their positions to contest general elections. The National Assembly is talking about resigning to participate in primaries. They are not the same and cannot be construed to be the same.
Aren't the primaries part of the electioneering processes?
Because
if you look at the INEC timetable, sorry, sir.
It's not everybody that contests the primaries that contests the general election.
Yes, but I'm saying that it's part of the election
cycle.
So who says
the Constitution?
Yes.
The Constitution is talking about contesting the elections as conducted by INEC. The parties as self-governing as associations have a right to make their rules about the conduct of their members, and you cannot take it away from the parties. So the parties are saying that the National Assembly is saying that for the purpose of primaries, you need to vacate your office so that you participate in the primaries.
Why is that the case?
Primary is not the same. Primary is not the same thing
why the focus by the National Assembly on primaries in particular? That is saying they cannot be delegates. You're saying they cannot vote or be voted for. Why the focus on primaries?
Why in some places, for instance, maybe you don't know, there are 1,000 appointees of a governor who will outnumber the number of party officials that are entitled to participate in the process. Would that be a free and fair election? Does that develop the political parties? When you are talking about the legal system, about the institutions, you are talking about building institutions that can stand the test of time. Now, there is no rule about the number of political appointees that can be appointed. It happened in between 1999 that towards election, some governors appoint up to 1,000, 2,000 political appointees so that their numbers can influence and distort the elections. That is not fair. That destroys the political parties. What happens to the people who have been holding political offices without salary for all this period, that they don't have a say in who should go and contest election? So there's a reason why National Assembly did that. It's been abused and abused and abused and abused. And so for the purpose of primaries, if you want to participate in primaries, leave your political appointment and go and face it. If you finish and you fail, you may be reappointed by your boss. But for now, the law is that you cannot participate if you are a political appointee, be a delegate. Why should people be holding
Takum
Federal
Constituency? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure having you, and I mean you've done so well to answer all the questions. I look forward to having you again. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for staying with us on Plus Politics. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll discuss the APC alleging that the People's Democratic Party is planning to destroy the country. We'll be right back.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
You're welcome back. You're still watching Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa. The presidency has chided the main opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, over its comment on the economic situation in the country, accusing the party of plotting to destabilize Nigeria. The presidency also said that Nigerians are not ready for another PDP misrule, not now and perhaps not for a long time to come. The presidency was reacting to the statement issued by the People's Democratic Party to its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologun Nagba, where it accused the President Muhammadu Buhari and his All Progressives Congress of abdicating its duties amid hardship being passed through by Nigerians. Joining us to discuss this, we have two gentlemen, Dimeji Fabiyi, a member of the People's Democratic Party who has been accused of plotting to destabilize Nigeria, and we're asking about that, and Segun Sopitan, he is a political analyst. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus TV Politics.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
All right, let's tell you, Dimeji, what is the People's Democratic Party saying about the situation of things in the country? Because we read somewhere some days ago that they were talking about a violent uprising, similar to end SARS.
Thank you very much. PDP is just playing its role as an opposition, and they're just saying it as it is. It's no more news. The situation the country has presently found itself under the leadership of the APC. So PDP is only calling the attention of Nigerians to it, which does not necessarily mean that they are calling for uprising or anything. All over the world, in even advanced democracies, the opposition parties, as it were, will look at issues, look at the current situation in the country, and then make a statement as a kind of warning to the government to up their game and rise in the defense and in the favor of the citizens of the country. For APC to have said that PDP is trying to destabilize Nigeria is not only uncharitable, it is equally very, very ridiculous. Nigerians are wise enough to know what the situation in the country are. Is it in the area of security? Is it economy? Very recently, APC had become a problem not only to itself, but to the generality of Nigerians. So as far as I know, the PDP is only saying it as it is. They're just calling the attention of Nigerians and the government in power to please do something about the plight of Nigerians. This is not a better deal. This is not a good time for the citizens of this country under the leadership of the APC at all. Look at our debt profile, for instance. At the end of 2021, our debt profile has been to about 39.9 trillion. Then when you look at the budget for 2022, there's this deficit of about 6 point something. It means that at the end of this year, our debt profile would have risen to about 45 trillion. That's not adding. Where do we take that? It means that the next president that is coming, to take over the leadership of this country will have a lot of work to do. He must bring in serious ingenuity to be able to get Nigeria back on track and help Nigerian citizens to feel, the benefit of a good governance. So that's what PDP is trying to say. PDP shares in the pains of Nigeria. PDP is sharing because all of us go to the same market and all of us know what's up. Look at aviation fuel, for instance. Look at our petroleum pump price, about between 400 to 500 naira nowadays, and being on the side of Nigeria as they've always been. And that's why we are telling them that Nigerians, look, you need a better deal. This guy, you have tested them. You have tested 2 wives. In the 16-year rule of PDP, we knew what they did. The records are there. They may not be perfect, but it's not as what we're facing under the leadership of inept government of APC.
All right.
So, my brother,
all right,
Nigerians know better. And nobody needs to spur them into crisis or agitation. They know what to do.
Okay, fantastic. Segun Sopitan, what's your take on what Dimeji and indeed the PDP are saying about the situation of things and a violent uprising if things don't change?
Well, so I think the first thing that we must note, especially those of us that are not necessarily partisan, is that there's a lot of politicking going on, and we're approaching elections. so you get a lot of this going forward over the next 12 months. Or maybe 10 months or thereabouts. In fact, 12 months until the elections themselves happen. We're going to get a lot of back and forth between these two brothers. And I think, and I call them brothers because it's very, very important for Nigerians to note that there really isn't much of a difference between these two parties. With all due apologies to my brother, and my co-panelist, there really isn't much of a difference. The PDP and the APC are peopled by the same characters who have run this country down. Even if you want to be charitable and start from this democracy from 1999, it's the same characters. They just swap parties, they swap platforms as it suits their personal interest at that moment, right? And then if you want to go beyond 1999, it's still the same characters. It's ridiculous. So, yes, I agree with a lot of the stuff that the PDP have said. Much of it is rooted in fact. It's a fact that the Nigerian economy is in dire straits, in dire waters. Exchange rates wise, inflation wise, just name it. Interest rates, the productive sector, manufacturing. Let's even forget the crisis that we're experiencing now with petroleum products and all that. We know that there is a global incident that is pouring or that is behind that. But look beyond that. I mean, the Nigerian economy is not in good shape. Nigerians are not in good shape. You don't need to be reminded how there are people that can't afford to live. So yes, what the PDP is saying is not too far from the truth. But my problem is what their motive is. The motive is their motive to get the country to work, is their motive to get the APC to do better, or is their motive to create the impression that suits their own agenda so that they can also get back into power and continue the sham. What we have as governance in Nigeria right now is a sham, and it wasn't better under the PDP before this government came, and it's not any better now in spite of all the promises that this government made that gave so many people so much hope. It's been such a huge disappointment for those that vested so much hope in the APC, but I think what has become very clear and very obvious to those that choose to be deliberately independent of thought is that there is no difference between these two parties. So I call them APDPC.
Fantastic.
Because it's just the same group of people.
Yeah. Dimeji, are you there? Okay, he's there. Dimeji, you've listened to your brother, your counterpart, Shopiton. He's simply saying, in other words, that the PDP's cry is simply a case of kettle calling pot black. What do you say to this?
Well, that's not true as far as I am concerned, and I know as far as some Nigerians are concerned. During PDP time, there were appreciable achievements that government of PDP made, and I'm here to see those appreciable achievements of this of current government. And I can tell you how much was dollar to a naira during PDP time, how much was a bag of rice, how much was a petroleum pump price at that time. What was the foreign direct investment at that time?
Dimeji, he agrees with all of this.
On daily basis, as we are seeing now, what was the level of insecurity during the PDP time, and now we can continue on like that. Even the corruption profile on that, let's balance them within the both government. So the truth of the matter is that I don't believe that.
You talked about corruption. You talked about corruption profile, Dimeji Fabi, and you were saying we should balance the corruption profile of the PDP side by side with the corruption profile of the APC. So, who is more corrupt?
APC is more corrupt. How many people were tried under APC? Do you know how many people were minister?
Yes, please go.
My brother.
Go on.
Let's do this. A Senate president of this country was almost sent to jail for corruption. Under PDP. How many high-ranking government officials of APC has gone to jail? How many? So let us be honest with ourselves. What PDP is simply saying is that, look, Nigerians, you're not getting a better deal under this government.
Okay, so are you saying that the PDP in the 16 years that it ruled Nigeria was not as corrupt as APC? So is it now we're corrupt, but we are not as corrupt as them? Is that what you're saying?
So corruption lives today. Corruption lives in the presidency, lives in the villa. We know. Nigerians know.
Was it not there under the People's Democratic Party, Dimeji? Because we have cases to show. I mean, I'm sure if you open your case for your party's case file, you would see that it's full. Should we go? Should we start?
Like I told you, bring it up. Do you understand?
Should we talk about Dasuki Gate? Should we talk about the Desiani case? Should I go on? So I mean, are you saying that the PDP is corrupt but not as corrupt as the APC? I ask you again.
I am just telling you that the corruption under APC is quite monumental, and they are there for people, for design people who want to know. So for me not to dwell too much on that, let me tell you this. Nigeria now, everybody knows at the precipice. And we got to this point because we don't have a leadership that is ready to frontally address issues. PDP raised the issue of NSAS. Has it been properly addressed, where Nigerian youths were maimed, killed, and all that? The rest is history today. This is not what we are talking about.
What did the People's Democratic Party do in its time to end police brutality? Can you tell us, please? In 16 years. Should I give you the cases of police brutality before 2015? You want me to give that to you?
My brother, police brutality has always been. It's not only in Nigeria.
What did the PDP do in its 16 years to end police brutality? Sir.
PDP did quite well by trying some police officers who were engaged in brutality. I cannot here be telling you the details of it, but we know. But how many? Compared to what is happening, the brutality under the APC government. This is the reality. The facts are there. You are a journalist. Go and get your facts and bring it up.
All right. Let's go to Segun Sopiton. Segun, do you think that the People's Democratic Party has a moral right to refer to the NSAS protests and talk about police brutality and use that as a yardstick, to further its own political point, what they're trying to say? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm a believer in the freedom of speech. Freedom of expression is guaranteed for everybody. And under normal circumstances, right, one would have been happy to have another voice, an opposition voice that is robust, vibrant, and articulate. The PDP has tried to varying degrees of success to provide that voice in the past. Some people would argue that, let's focus on the message and leave the messenger for a second. So if we look at that, then I would say, oh, well, maybe they don't have a moral right, actually, because they were no better. I mean, this police brutality issue that we're talking about, just like you rightly said, it didn't start last year. It didn't start with NSAS. It's been with us for a long time. So again, let's start from 1999. So what measures did the PDP government put in place to improve the very obvious? The issues of the police are obvious. If you underpay a man, you are paying him such an amount that is inadequate to take care of his basic needs, and then you give him a gun. It is an inevitability that he will use that gun to further his own personal interest. It's just logic. It's human interest and human nature. So what did the PDP do, in its 16 years in power at the federal level? Remember that the police is a federal agency directly controlled by the presidency and by the federal government. So what did the police, the PDP do in those 16 years to get the police to be better equipped, to be better funded, to be better paid, to be better personnel with better quality human beings, educated people that think well, to be better, to be better exposed to modern policing techniques? What did they do? We all know the answer. Nothing, right? So if you want to talk about the moral right of the PDP, they don't have it. But that's not to say that they can't speak to the issues that are obvious and confronting us as a country today. Having said that, Kofi, I would like to say, and this is more to Nigerians than to anybody else, that if come 2023, right, it's very, very, very likely that it will be one of these two parties that will produce your next president and that will populate the national assemblies and the government houses across the states and the state houses of assembly. And on the strength of the evidence of the last 23 years, nothing is going to change. I think we need to get this message and get it loud. Nothing is going to change in 2023, regardless. Whether it's Atiku whether it's Tinubu, whether it's APC, whether it's PDP, nothing is going to change if these guys are the ones that emerge in 2023. So what do we need to do? As Nigerians, we have to come together to rally and mobilize what Madam Obieze called the dormant voter base. We have a population of about 50 million voters that never participate, and I think there are even more than that don't participate in the electoral process because they don't believe in it. They believe that it's all rigged and it's all a waste of time. I'm saying to Nigerians that we've got to wake up and realize, smell the coffee, and realize that these guys that have been driving this boat or this ship or this car have been driving us in the wrong direction consistently for the last 23 years, and it's not going to change.
Okay.
So can we find a way to get an alternative platform, to get alternative people? For goodness sake, we've got quality minds, quality minds, vying and, sorry, Kofi, vying and offering themselves across the various government platforms. Can we find a way to get them into office and kick these guys out? Kick out the APC, kick out the PDP. Enough.
We have to go. Final word from you, Dimeji Fabi. I would have loved to ask you if the Nigerians should come out and protest against the government. What should they do against state governments, including PDP states, who are owing humongous amounts in debts? I don't have time to go into that. So, final word from you.
Well, thank you very much. I think Nigerians deserve a better deal, and for them to get that, PDP has made mistakes, and they have realized those mistakes. Another chance for PDP will give Nigeria what they've always desired. I'm so sure about that. Nigeria needs a unifier at this point because the country is in a bad shape. And that's where people like Atiku, the man said cannot do it, comes in. With his experience, with his...
Thank you very much. We're out of time. Dimeji Fabi is a member of the People's Democratic Party. Shehu Shopito is a political analyst. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, because of time, we have to pull the plugs up. But I want to thank you very much for giving us a very robust conversation. Thank you, Dimeji and Shehu.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, still Plus Politics. Before we say goodbye, let's quickly run you through our Vox Pop segment. Of course, we round up today's show with Nigerians telling us their thoughts as regards the People's Democratic Party and their ability to rule. I'm Kofi Patel. Plus Politics returns tomorrow. Good night.
By the grace of God, this country is for Nigeria, and I believe anybody saying he will develop this country is a verbal talk. Personally, my opinion is that God is the only one that can put somebody that will make this country to be a... Promises have been made several times, and I believe, well, we don't have anybody to say, actually, this is the person that will be the God sent. But let's give any person a trial, because with a trial, it may even work out.
No, the fact remains that it's not all about the party. It's all about a person and his own personality. So, unlike me, I don't vote party, but I vote people's personality. So, whoever that wants to come in, maybe as a PDP, and if he believes that it will not fail Nigerians, he can come in. There's no problem about that. And what the masses need is for them to give us a good result.
We've given APC 8 years, and for me as a youth, there is nothing tangible that they've done. So let's try PDP. Or if possible, let's try any other party who can actually spring up with someone new. Let's try up new things. For me personally, I would say let's try up new things, because we are tired of these old men we've been seeing since 1999. So let's try up new guys.
To me, I believe in God choosing president for us. It is only who God chooses that can develop this country, not has anything to do with that PDP or APC. Even in another party, let the person be God choosing candidate. I think that is the best thing for us in this country.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on PlusTvAfrica.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good evening, I'm Loretta Chiogo with the news update. A non-governmental organization promoting democracy, governance and development in Africa, Yaga Africa, has identified the federal government's trade of money as election inducement. A board member of the organization, Ezenwa Nwagu, who spoke to journalists in the Ekiti state ahead of the governorship election in June, expressed worry that most cases of voter inducement cannot be prosecuted in the law court due to lack of legal provisions to cater for such.
This individual observer have integrity. Our call in Ekiti is to raise a movement of journalists, observers, of people who will report these elections with integrity. If you want to talk about politicians, they say, no, don't talk about us, talk about INEC. If you bring INEC to the room, INEC will say, no, we are not the problem. Politicians are the problem. So it's an unending buck passing situation. You choose to be a person of integrity. If an observer chooses to be a person of integrity, or as an institution, if your core value is integrity, transparency, honesty, accountability, you don't need to hide it.
The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has ordered students to occupy the streets of Abuja with cooking pots, mattresses, and other personal effects to protest the ongoing strike embarked upon by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. NANS President Sunday Asefo, in a letter to the zonal coordinators of the union, said with no hope in sight for the resumption of academic activities in various campuses, mass mobilization of students must commence immediately to force the resumption of academic activities. The protest is billed to hold on the newly created University of Street in Abuja. Meanwhile, the coordinator of NANS Zone C, Abba Owicho, has been appointed as the registrar of the new University of Street and coordinator of the mass occupational protest. The Deputy Inspector General of Police, Johnson Kukumo, has charged officers to be professional in the way they go about their duties and abstain from all forms of distractions and actions that could undermine the fundamental human rights of the citizens. He also sent his assurances that the police would not go on strike.
I will continue to sanitize, especially to those who are yet to imbibe the culture of professionalism that we should, as a matter of must, have a very healthy respect for the rights of the citizens.
When you go back to Abuja, help me tell the IG that Zone 17 has said he should sleep and sleep well. Don't ever remind us that there is a rumor going around of police strike or what. We don't have that in our dictionaries.
The Kano and Jigawa state commands of the Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, say it has seized contraband items worth 498.6 million naira, including a truckload of 3,712 pieces of donkey skins worth 416 million naira in the last 3 months. The area controller of NCS, Mohammed Abubakar Umar, who made this disclosure, stated that the command generated over 10.167 billion naira revenue from January to March 2022.
These seizures were made at different locations within the command area of coverage. Four suspects were held in connection of the donkey skin, they were released on administrative bail pending conclusion of investigation. More importantly, the importation of foreign rice through the land border is prohibited. The importation contravened the Section 46 of SEMA Cap C45 of Law of Federation 2004, while importation of second-hand clothing is absolutely prohibited.
Nigerians expressed their opinions on which political party can deliver the dividends of democracy. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
The EU and US have struck a deal on gas.
Street Views before the end of the bulletin. And now to other parts of Africa. Rebels in the Tigray region, who have been waging war on the Ethiopian army for 17 months, have committed to a ceasefire. The move came a few hours after the Ethiopian government announced an unlimited humanitarian truce. The fighters agreed to uphold a ceasefire in the war-torn northern region to allow for the delivery of aid. In an official statement, the rebels said they were committed to implementing a cessation of hostilities with immediate effect and asked Ethiopian federal authorities to deliver emergency aid to Tigray. Outside Africa, the European Union and the United States have unveiled a deal to supply Europe with more U.S. liquefied natural gas as leaders of the European bloc meet to curb their reliance on Russian fossil fuels.
The EU and US have struck a deal on gas supplies. It's meant to reduce the bloc's dependence on Russian fossil fuels and help ease an energy price crunch. The deal came after late-night talks in Brussels. US President Joe Biden had flown in for a day of 3 summits. In the early hours of Friday, Belgium's Prime Minister hailed the transatlantic pact.
Les États-Unis, en fait, se sont engagés d'être un partenaire.
Alexander De Croo says Washington committed to producing more liquefied natural gas to help bring down prices in Europe. The conflict in Ukraine has pushed already high gas prices to record levels. It's also raised alarm over Europe's dependence on Russia, which supplies about 40% of EU gas needs. The New Deal will see the US work towards supplying 15 billion cubic metres of LNG this year. It wasn't immediately clear where the gas would come from, and that is just a small fraction of the 155 billion that analysts say Russia supplied last year. On Friday, leaders will discuss what more they can do to rein in soaring energy bills. Spain, Greece and others are expected to make the case for price caps and market intervention. The divisive issue of whether to impose an embargo on Russian energy will also come up, but no decision is expected. Those most dependent on Russian gas, in particular Germany, fear any such move could have a huge economic impact.
And as elections in Nigeria inch close, Nigerians express their opinions on which political party can deliver the dividends of democracy. That's on Street Views.
Some other party should take over because PDP has been ruling for a very long time. APC has also been ruling for a very long time. And let me just say, they are all based on the same feather. So they should give opportunity to other party to rule.
It's not about political party. It's where do we get a good leader. That's our problem. So we don't care about whether PDP or APC. If you look at the attitude of our politicians, you could see somebody from APC would come to PDP because of his own interest. You see somebody from APC would come to PDP because of his own interest. So our problem is not about the political party, it's about leadership. Anywhere good leader come, it is welcome.
Please, APC, leave us alone. Please, I'm begging you people, leave us alone. Please, not by force. So. They are the same people now, from this party to this party. Let just the youth or young somebody take over. Let all these old men leave us alone. Look at how we are stressing ourselves, suffering. On this hot sun, every day by day. They should leave us alone. Leave us alone. I have my PVC already, Sha. I know what to do with it.
I don't think the party matters. What matters is the person in particular. I don't care about the party. I care about the person itself.
Today, PDP, tomorrow, APC. Me, I don't like all this kind of voila. You don't have to suffer for Nigeria. So we need another people may come.
This one will tell you this one. This one will tell you that when they are campaigning, they will promise you so things. They are going to make good, bring good school, food, good road, all this one. Nothing is working in this country.
I think we should try another political party. Maybe we will see difference.
These two parties, they are the same group of people. It's recycling. You understand? They keep coming up. If you do them bad in this party, they will come to the other party. It's the same person. So we need fresh people entirely so that we'll be able to get it, see whether we can get it right.
And in business news, the Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed the suit filed by the 36 states against the decision by the federal government to deduct $418 million from the funds meant for states. In a judgment, Justice Inyang Eko upheld the objection by some of the defendants and held that the state's attorneys general who filed the suit on behalf of the states lacked local standi to file the suit. Justice Eko noted that since the debt being challenged arose from the actions of the governors who are members of the Nigeria Governors Forum NGF, the AGs who are appointees of the governors cannot sue to challenge the actions of their appointers. In entertainment news, South Korea's distinctive K-pop music genre has swept the world in recent years with its catchy tunes and flashy dance videos, making international stars of its top performers. But not every element of the global phenomenon is actually made in Korea. Some of the genre's dance moves are being created in neighboring Japan by 20-year-old dancer and choreographer Reina Kaneko. Kaneko, known online as Reina, began dance lessons at 5 years, created her first original choreography for a competition a few years later, and by middle school was teaching hip-hop dance workshops. And in sports news, two African powerhouses, Ghana and Nigeria, go head-to-head in the first of their two-legged playoff tie at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, Kumasi, as the final battle for a place at the 2022 Qatar World Cup. As the 2022 World Cup begins, both countries have endured a fierce rivalry since they first clashed in 1951, when Nigeria emerged winners with a 5-0 win, but that was one of the few times the Super Eagles had cause to celebrate. In the 56 games that followed, there have been 19 draws, and Ghana claimed victory in 25 of the rest. Let's see what happens tonight. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Loretta Chiogo. I'll see you again.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Who would have thought that the faith of Leah Sharibu would make a nation struggle for survival?
Who would have thought that a line from the Bible would be stronger than a rifle and make this girl just to die down to the night? She is the hero of faith.
Heroes of faith, the scar from the battle is their greatest title, not silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross of the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Who would have thought that 4 years would go by and the nations would stand by in silence and pretend no wrong was done?
Who would have thought that no amount of darkness can quench the smallest light? Oh, daughter of Zion, keep shining on.
You are the hero His love is his power, and there is no lover that can give his life and die for his friends. Something about the Lord, his kingdom is forever. He will rule the world with power, in righteousness, peace, and joy. He is the hero of faith. Oh, heroes of faith, the scars from the battle is their greatest title, now silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross and the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Shining on. Heroes of faith, the scar from the battle is their greatest title, not silver or gold. Heroes of faith, their greatest reward is the cross and the word, not riches untold. When all is said and done, their light keeps shining on. Their light keeps shining on. Their light keeps shining on. Their light keeps shining on.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started. You know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. And I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we could get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty and what then is the work of the state government? We had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God. The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Nemma Ebeledike, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. The first event on today's lineup is the 60th birthday celebration of the Managing Director of PlusTvAfrica, Mr. Lekon Ogunbawo. Let us take a look, guys. It was a colorful ceremony as Mr. Lekon Ogunbawo, Managing Director of PlusTvAfrica, marked his 60th birthday celebration at Allen Avenue, Ikeja, Lagos. Guests wined and dined at this amazing event where there was so much to eat and drink. Guests also paid glowing tribute to the celebrant. They described him as a man of honor and integrity.
Lekon Ogunbawo is the person that is the real breed. Is somebody who breaks bread and that's the greatest attribute I think we have. It's a very strong that this person doesn't like people. This person is working against you. What is likely to tell is that is the person I want to keep close to me. And that's a virtue I've learned to copy in many years of friendship. Happy birthday to you. The year and happy birthday said it all. Mine will be just a corroboration of who Mr. Lekon Ogunbawo is. Anyway, I've known Mr. Lekon for like so long a year. I just want to say he has been a very, very, very wonderful man. All I can say is to pray for him that God should bless him and take care of his concern, you know.
I've known him since I was a baby. As always tended to me, even up until now. And I don't know what I should say besides all every other person has said, but I just know that he's such a wonderful person. He's a very rare kind of being. That's the way I see him. Its type is really very rare. It's always there for everyone, whether it knows you or it doesn't know you. Once you have an opportunity, to come around him, in fact, you will feel like you've known this person forever. Uncle, I really, really appreciate you so much.
A lot of people
Daddy is our hero. It's the best thing that's ever happened to us, both his biological children and adoptive children. He's somebody who is, what you can classify as a father is who Mr. Leko will represent. He's very giving. Daddy has a large heart. He's always ready to listen to you. All through our formative years, he's been there for us. He's been a confidant. There's never a time you go and meet him that is too busy to attend to you. And it's a pleasure, to be alive today and to see him aging gracefully. It's our prayer that God will grant him his heart desires.
Shelley Francis said, "It takes courage to create a meaningful life of integrity. It also requires good company and practice." If this is true, then we can say Mr. Lekan Ogumbawo is definitely a courageous man, seeing how well he has built his life deeply rooted in integrity and honor in the past 60 years. Definitely an amazing and emotional event to watch with so many amazing tributes. I'm sure you loved it. Now, the second event on today's lineup is on the Tech Point dinner, which started with a seminar event the previous day, which was packed with so many activities. The Tech Point dinner was organized to celebrate outstanding startups, entrepreneurs, investors, and influencers in Nigeria across fintech, blockchain, education, health, and logistics. Enjoy.
It was an evening to celebrate outstanding startups, entrepreneurs, investors, and influencers in Nigeria across fintech, blockchain, education, health, logistics, and others. Participants met and networked on red carpet. They expressed how much TechPoint platform has impacted them.
Things that TechPoint are doing in Africa is quite fantastic to see, especially coming from a country like United States, where I reside. So we're very honored to be nominated with PlusTvAfrica as we work in the healthcare industry and in the emerging markets around the world. And what TechPoint is doing, not just in Africa, but definitely in Africa, is fantastic to see how they're moving the needle in terms of providing better lives for people.
TechPoint is an amazing media brand. They've been in the industry for years now. I was around when they launched, and it's impressive to see the growth that has happened in that time. Starting out as a blog and then going on to do events. And at the event last night, you could see the hundreds of people that were there, and the real difference that they brought into the ecosystem around, the media, information, and actually helping startups to grow. So it's been really impressive, and I want to say huge congrats to the people at TechPoint.
Being able to see young people come around and see what other people are doing, and then they are inspired to also do more. The tech space in Africa is very young, right? And we need a lot more people to get into it and innovate, right? I personally believe that the problems of Africa can be solved through technology, right? And we can see it. Before, you and I needed to go to the bank and queue for hours to get our money. Now, I can go to a street corner and through a POS, I get money and then spend, right? So that's what is for me that TechPoint is doing. And that's why I'm so passionate about the job that I do, and that's why I love the company.
Everyone who has come in here today should, number one, be proud of themselves, right, for just being in the center of it all and watching what's going on firsthand, right? nobody's telling you the story. You're seeing it happen yourself. And if not anything, every single person here should be extremely inspired about not just what's happening, but what's possible. Especially as we see all the companies, just talk about what they're doing, the impact they're having and all. And I think that by next year when we're doing this will be bigger, right? Because a lot more people have taken that inspiration to implement some of the ideas that they have, and which would have moved the country forward and definitely provided jobs and opportunities for our young people.
Back into the hall was when the participants reminisced about the pitch stomp competition that happened on the first day of event.
Hearing people talk about their exploits, their products, how it's impacting the nation and across Africa, it's amazing. And having an organization such as Techpoint bring everyone together in times like this when with regulations and everything that is standing against every start of moving forward in the continent, it's really amazing even to celebrate all of this exploits. So big ups to Techpoint.
So many people brought together by Techpoint, so thank you so much for organizing the event. And I think secondly, it's just a way to, I think, crown Techpoint's efforts over the years. Like, only a Techpoint will have pulled that kind of event, so big ups to you guys.
Next was the presentation of awards with drum rolling for the lucky winners.
This award is for the most outstanding health tech company in 2021.
Okay.
Health tech.
Health tech. So we have Reliance Health,
54 Gym,
Life Bank,
Wella Health,
and Creek MD.
54G.
And it's truly an honor for the names that were mentioned, the other nominees. There's a lot going on in health tech, and we need more representation in health tech. So honestly, as 54G, we just stand here in representation of all the nominees and the ones to come. So thank you, first and foremost, and Techpoint for the outstanding work that the Techpoint team is doing. We are honored to stand on the stage and on the shoulders of what you guys have done over the past years since 2015. As a company, we started just 3 years ago, and getting this nomination, getting the award, we have so much more ahead of us.
To be so honored and recognized is just a call for us to do more. The African space is our forte. We see ourselves as the gateway to Africa. Our focus is to grow the best logistics and technology-enabled logistics company out of this part and be able to match global standards.
Techpoint organizers expressed satisfaction and promised not to rest on their oars.
I mean, it was wonderful. I mean, it's been 2 years since we held a physical event because of the COVID pandemic. So everybody was looking forward to this, and it was so amazing that it's a success because the team put all their effort into it, sleepless nights. It was wonderful. And to wrap it up today with the awards, very, very refreshing experience.
Africa is building, Nigerians are building, so people should support this. And even the government, everyone should be able to rally around, see what young people are building, see the future we are all building, and see how amazing things a lot of people are building. So it's one of my major take-home. I'm so super excited about this, and yeah.
The impact of technology cannot be overemphasized in connecting business with prospects, giving exposure and opportunities, especially to Nigerian youths who are endowed with potentials.
The last event on today's lineup is the most anticipated beauty pageant show in the country, Miss Nigeria. Let's just take a look, guys.
The 44th Miss Nigeria was held on Friday, 17 December 2021 at the Landmark Event Center. It began with the red carpet, and PlusTvAfrica got the chance to speak about the pageant and fashion industry with their attendees.
MBGN has been doing a lot. And if you can see for this long, obviously you know they've been doing a lot. And the impact they've done so far is showcase the African Nigerian beauty to the world. You can see from likes of Abano Derego to the rest of them. You can see how far all dated to the 90s. And they've been doing really well. They've been doing well, trying to also not give a different narrative of the Nigerian women. They're changing that narrative and making sure you understand that this is what the Nigerian women stand for, which is beauty and brains. And also to depict our African culture, which is what you see in the tribal differences and all that stuff.
I feel thrilled to be here to mark the 44th edition of the Miss Nigeria pageant and to see the beauty and talents that our country has to offer the world, so I'm excited.
The pageantry started proper, and the beautiful ladies showed off that they have beauty with brains.
Been in the game for a long time. It's a night for me to respect and see poise, elegance, talent, and of course watch pageants evolving from, outward beauty to inner beauty. So I'm elated.
You know what this signifies, cross-culture, the significance of this, where you see these girls, promoting one campaign to another, it's actually appalling. So, it's a good step. And the way it is now, they're all winners. So whatever they stand for, we're all here to support them.
The event ended with 18-year-old Shatu Gako emerging the winner of the 44th Miss Nigeria. Our congratulations are in order.
Well, that's a wrap for me today. I hope you enjoyed the events on this episode of Plus Events. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Lucille Boyle said, "Love yourself first and everything else falls into line."
peace without justice.
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take?
I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science.
Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory?
The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Nelly Uzonna Edith Uchendu was born in 1950 in Imuchu, in Aguata local government area of Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. She was a Nigerian singer, composer, and actress. Nelly started singing at an early age. She later joined Professor Sonny Oti's music group, under where her talent flourished. Her music career shot to limelight in 1976 when Humsey Sound released her debut LP composition, Love Wantinti. Thereafter, hits like Waka, Akabueze, and Mama Hauser further established her place in the Nigerian music industry. She traversed genres, including Igbo highlife, pop, and gospel music. She died on 12th of April 2005 in a hospital in Enugu State, Nigeria, after a reported cancer-related illness. She was aged 55. Salawa Abeni was born on May 5, 1961. She hails from Ekpe, division of Lagos State, southwest Nigeria. At the young age of 8, Salawa found her niche in Waka music. Waka music is an Islamic-oriented Yoruba musical genre. It was popularized by Alaja Batile Alake, in whose worthy steps Salawa Abeni dutifully followed. She was crowned Queen of Waka music by the Alafin of Oyo, Obalamidi Adeyemi, in 1992. Her debut album, titled Late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, in 1976, was released on the Leader Records label. It became the first recording by a female Yoruba artist to sell over 1 million albums in Nigeria. Her music is a combination of talking drums, conga, saxophone, and keyboards, amongst other instruments. She has performed in and outside the country and has released up to 12 albums during her music career. Christy Uduak Estienne Igbokwe was born on 11th of November 1960 in Okat Ona, Akwa Ibom State. She was a celebrated Nigerian musician and actress. Christy was 12 years old when her mother died. Her mother's friend in Aba, Abia State took her in. She encouraged Christy to develop her singing. She even bought her a second-hand cassette recorder to tape her songs. With time, Christy became known as Nigeria's Lady of Songs. Her greatest hits include Sheon Rere, Tete Nla, Ife, Hear the Call, and Give Me a Chance. She was the first female president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, and the chairwoman and managing director of Soul Train Entertainment. She was fluent in many Nigerian languages, including Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, Hausa, Yoruba, and English. This made it easy for her to cross tribal limitations by singing in any language she desired. Her epic Shorere broke all language barriers. Whilst Akwa Ibom's Min is regarded as the unofficial anthem of Akwa Ibom State, such was her impact across the country that whatever language she used, her message evoked emotion and reflection. Onyeka Onwenu was born on the 31st of January 1952 in a small town in Imo State, but she grew up in Port Harcourt. She's a singer, a songwriter, actress, activist, journalist, and politician. The Nigerian press nicknamed her the Elegant Stallion. She released her debut album, From the Love of You, in 1981 while working with the Nigerian Television Authority. The album featured an orchestral cover of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. Her second album, Endless Life, was produced by Sonny Okosun. Both were released on the EMI Records.
One love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love.
Originally a secular artist, Onwenu made the transition to gospel music in the 90s, and most of her songs are self-penned. She describes her music as African pop. This consists of highlife, Afrobeat, blues, jazz, Igbo spiritual, and even juju, a typical Yoruba beat. She continues to write and sing about issues like health, HIV, peace, mutual coexistence, respect for human rights, the plight of children, as well as pride in oneself.
Good evening and welcome to another episode of Plus Trending. My name is Elile, and on this show we talk about everything and anything trending across the social media space and of course why they are trending. Annie Idibia has opened up on some of the pain she has had to struggle with in her marriage to music star Innocent Idibia, also known as Tubaba. In an interview with her co-stars on the Young, Famous and African reality TV show, Annie stated that she met her husband before any of his baby mamas, yet her first child is his fifth. Quoting her, when you meet someone and then you know them first, and then you wake up, two different people are having babies for him, and then he has 5 kids with other women. My first child is his fifth. And I met him before everybody, so you know what that is, Annie emotionally revealed. Annie admitted that there has been a lot of pain and hurt, but she has accepted that the good times are so much more and she has forever with Tubaba for him to make up for the bad times. Meanwhile, the couple renewed their marital vows as they celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary. Now, there have been different takes to this from social media users and fans. Let us look at some of these reactions. At NDJane says, Annie Idibia is a classical case of don't marry a man that you love more than he loves you. Her vows were so deep and powerful while her husbands were barely below the surface, and that is even after Kanye gave him a heads up. She truly loves Two-Face, obviously. At Nigeria Adfem says, Annie, like many women, are a victim of their environment, a misogynistic society that teaches women to stick to men at all costs, to forgive, submit, and support, to not be feminist. Many women in the society are Annie Idibia. This is why we must do better in grooming girls. At Onoche Obodo says, Annie Idibia is speaking her truth. Do not criticize it. That the shoe itches doesn't mean you should throw it away. Like she said, people abuse the word love, and it's right. Love is not leaving someone because he cheated. Love speaks for change. On the other hand, Onoche, I really want to know what love is then. Atma OK says, during Annie Idibia's vow renewal, she said, I feel like the world is against us and our love. No, babe, your husband is against your love. Abat Mozakim says, love is actually a very beautiful thing if you both want it to work. We can only wish Annie Idibia and Two-Face Idibia forever love. Totally. Our General Oluchi says, I don't think there's something anyone will say to Annie Idibia that she hasn't already said to herself. She admitted that she made a mistake, but from the look of things, she's at a stage where walking away isn't an option for her right now. But she's not happy. Atweyemi says, so Annie Idibia reminiscing on her past and tearing up means she's playing the emotional card? It's not like you lot watched the full video or anything like that. It's also not as if you've been with her and Two-Face since the days of Plantation Boys. Must be nice indeed. Must be really, really nice, Wayme. Well, need I say more? Annie knows exactly why she's still there despite the whole ruckus. And like she said, she doesn't think she can live and breathe without Tubaba. So if staying there despite it all makes her happy, then by all means, so be it. I wish them the very best. Here are some more reactions. Moving on, it was quite a day on social media yesterday as former governor of Anambra State and the vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the 2019 election, Mr. Peter Obi, declared his intention to contest for the president of Nigeria in 2023. He made the declaration in Awka while addressing the royal fathers and presidents general of the 181 communities in the state at Government House, Awka. In his words, I am talking to the traditional rulers because if somebody begins any journey, he must first tell his fathers. I want to move this country forward. I'm a Nigerian. I believe in one united Nigeria. I want it secure. I am not just aspiring for the political position, but to serve and move the country forward. I have all it takes to be president and move the country forward, he said. Following his declaration, Nigerians have taken to social media to vigorously give their opinions on this development. Now, let me walk you through some of these reactions. Daniel Riga says, Peter Obi, it's a good thing you have officially declared your intention to run for president. Hopefully, Southern leaders stand by you or any other aspirant when the time comes. Otherwise, a Southerner won't stand a chance of winning the election. Best of luck in your presidential race. David Talk says, Dear Peter Obi, I admire your courage and desire to lead Nigeria, but I think you've indicated this interest too little, too late. People like Bola Tinubu has been everywhere, including social media. I think he's ahead in this early race, which could be vital. Atrenitola says, Dear His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, I really love your aspirations, but I would love to convincingly hear from you what you intend to differently do being an ex-governor. In addition, what's your change mantra? Because apparently I've lost hope in Nigerian politicians. Please don't. Achudi Jr. says, remember to pray for your partner before you go out this morning. If you are single, kindly pray for Mr. Peter Obi and his quest to become the next president of Nigeria. Small play. You are dragging innocent singles into it. God of the single people, please hear our cries. At Easy Gentle says, it's easier said than done. Play the internal politics first within your party. People like you can't win the primary. You only wanted to negotiate with Atiku and increase your CV as a former presidential aspirant. Take it easy, Gentle. Did you see what I did there? At Ijoma X says, please, where can I get my PVC in Lagos? I don't have it because I see no need for it since last election. I want it badly now. Now, before I answer Ijoma, here's some more reaction. Now, to Ijoma and every other person who is wondering where and how to get their voters card, please head to the INEC designated offices in the media using the hashtag #PlusTrending or send us a message on WhatsApp. Thank you so much as always for joining me on the show today. Tune into Plus TV Africa on Star Times channel 308 and DSTV channel 408, or visit our social media pages and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle for more trending topics. Calling it a day is your good sis, Elile. Have an awesome weekend.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your card number here.
Oh,
really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomongo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one, we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I'll give you back millions or thousands. Will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempts to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see that you can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them the opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, and they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, But at times, publicity, it is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. It's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions, and what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line. I want to start using or there's a sentiment of now help us to make it known. If you start a kind of particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this thing is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to PlusTvAfrica every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
On the micro level, the value of point-of-sales transactions made in Nigeria jumped to 3.01 trillion in the first half of 2021, with a total volume of 462.11 million transactions in the same period. Now, these represent a 50% increase compared to the 2 trillion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2020 and a 10.3% increase against 2.72 trillion naira recorded in the second half of 2020. However, stakeholders want the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, to stem the rising trend of alleged POS customer data mining, which has led to people's money being stolen from their bank accounts. We will focus on these issues surrounding mobile money operations in Nigeria, the opportunity.
President Muhammadu Buhari says Dangote Group is the second largest employer of labor in Nigeria after the federal government. He said these in Lagos when he commissioned the 3 million metric tons capacity Dangote fertilizer plant built at the cost of $2.5 billion. Buhari noted that the fertilizer company was already exporting its product to other countries, including the United States, Mexico, India, and report the committee failed to hold any but for the fourth quarter of 2021. The report shows that the three components of the capital importation recorded a decline in 2021. The Director General of the Debt Management Office, Patient Onyeka, has said borrowing by countries to finance budget deficit and critical infrastructure is not necessarily a bad idea. According to her, government borrowings were done by all countries across the world, mostly to finance critical infrastructure, the multiplier effects of which could not be overemphasized.